普段は何をしてるかって、ブラックスピカを管理してみんなの面倒を見てるの。自分の意思じゃないけれど団長の役目だもの。私があなたを観察する分、あなたも好きなだけ観察していいわ。あと始末したい人や面倒事があれば言ってちょうだい。そういう依頼はブラックスピカの。
Yo, yo, yo. What's up, people? So, we are here, we are ready, and well, I spent quite a good chunk today trying to find a way to convince YouTube's AI that my streams in fact have been clearly labeled 18 plus for no particular reason. So it got to the point that it decided to auto flag my streams before they even began. So that was a fun endeavor, though once again I don't yet know how we could have even gotten into a situation like this in the first place, right? Like, I don't really understand why they would even consider something like that. So luckily it's all clearly clear now, and we're back on like the proper path. Surely it must have been these Kaguya believers using the power of money, wealth and influence to assault us, right? Assault us in our holy mission, right? Is the Arabebe effect? I don't think so. But yeah, I see somebody else also said he has no clue, so well. So we have 58 minutes. 58 minutes until the until one of the more exciting things in terms of a minigame we've ever had, and that is well, we shall see what is going to happen to our stock today. As always, we are all in on ASTRON. Yeah, some people are saying, well, Kaguya's gonna rise. Some people are saying ASTRON's gonna fall. Others believe 110 is gonna keep rising. But it is all clear at the end. ASTRON shall be true. ASTRON to the moon. So, the plan for today is... I'm debating, seriously debating one or two things. Number one, try to get the deck ourselves. Right, trying to get this deck ourselves. Or, well, finding the quicker solution to getting that deck ourselves. The only problem with that, right? The only singular problem with it will be the fact that we wouldn't be able to include a seasonal card, right? So, for this one here, what we would obviously include would be the draw 2. And then we'd have it like an equity 1, control 1, I guess claim 1. But I don't know. I'm very tempted. I'm very tempted to just say, well, it is the deck we've been hunting for like 2 or 3 streams. Might as well just get it, right? The rumor is the spaceship inspection will go smooth. Obviously it will. Haru AP with retrieve is so funny. 539 crystals, we're rich. We are very affluent. Our money is ever forth flowing. 350 crystals is nothing to the dedication that is building an Arabella deck, right? But no purple gear though. Yeah, but it's a support, right? The entire idea behind this would be to just use my look at how prepared she is. My level 50 support Haru. My level 50 support Haru is so ready for this. And yeah, I think for the first thing, let's do a run Oh yeah, gear, right? Let's do a couple gear runs, just so we have them out of the way. We might get like another 1 or 2 good gear pieces for Arabella. Let me just check something. Yeah. So, I want to attempt to get a multi-hit deck, preferably with full cost reductions, because as far as I can tell, I don't think we have one like that yet. And then I'd have an excuse to absolutely go for the Haru deck, right? Because we obviously have like the perfect condition, you know? Best Ara deck. Well, there's a lot of good Ara decks, that's for sure. I mean, which one ends up being the best? I think the most fun is definitely Fracture. Like, I'm a big fan of Fracture Explosion. Huge Fracture Explosion fan. It's just very satisfying. Kaguya Pharmaceutical all the way. Either I'm going big or die broke. In Kaguya you trust. Well, call me crazy, but even if Kaguya goes up, wouldn't it have been better for you to buy Kaguya today with the money you made from a successful trade yesterday? Think about it. Like, truly think about it. Our feedback. Ooh, shielding Arabella when? It's a good one. When are we gonna play shielding Arabella? It's true. But no, it's also... okay, maybe it is the most legit out of them all. Do you think Olga will be a must-put for the Arabella Hill combo with enough copium? Is Naja still a good long-term slot? Well, I'm using Orlea to great success. That has nothing to do with either Naja or Hild. But, I mean, honestly, we'll have to see. I don't think there's any point, right? Oh yeah, have you considered using Arabella full lead deck and Hild draw 2, reduce cost to lead card, then use your Orlea softie? The problem is she only draws her own lead cards, doesn't she? Like the draw 2 lead cards is only lead cards of this own unit, if I remember correctly. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that was one of the main reasons why it wasn't really worth considering, right? It does draw other? Well, let me check again. I might indeed be misremembering. That's fine. Let me see. I don't know, I feel like I asked myself that question on like day 1 and the answer was, well, it doesn't, but I could be misremembering. True, it is lead cards. It is all lead cards. Well, I guess the big problem comes down to the fact that the cards that we want to draw aren't gonna end up being lead cards, right? Like, this is not a lead card. But I mean, we could get this one for free. We could deck search for the Fracture Edition one, which is fine. Well, I mean, how would a deck like this even look, right? So let's see. So this is kind of what I thought we should run alongside an Arabella, right? Like a good amount of draw with maximum amount of fracture stacks. I don't really think we need to turn Hunger anymore. But I mean, here I guess we have two choices, right? Either we go with the obvious one, which would be Fracture Arrow, or we just go with the like opener, because it's free, right? And then, I mean, Plasma we probably just go with the draw one, because it's also lead. And then here, I mean, it's kind of like draw to 1 AP gain. No, technically it's draw to gain 2 AP. Like if you if you really want to stretch it, you could pretend. If you really want to stretch it, you could pretend that that is what's happening. And then obviously harmful effect one, because this allows us to max out. I mean, let's see. So this would draw us 8 lead cards. Big problem here. Unfortunately, the draw cards aren't lead cards themselves. I mean, we don't really need the Quiver Reader to be something else, right? Like even this could then but then I mean, let's see, how many lead cards do we have, right? So all of these are leads, which is awesome, which means we could consider getting something like a draw 2 and something like the 9 fracture amplification, and then we'd much rather like focus a bit on the scream for me. That is actually cool, the fact that it has lead. The problem is this lead version, we'd much rather just get any other, but the thing is, well, obviously for something to have lead, it needs to cost at minimum 1. Unfortunately, the Fracture to all from all allies version isn't actually lead. So it would only be this weird one with the AoE and only upon it actually killing something activation. You know, I like the idea of the synergy though between this one and Hild. Because if you make this a 1-cost card and then have it be drawn by Hild, you're gonna have a 0-cost apply 10 fracture. Or even if you don't put a cost to it, right? Even if you don't put a cost to it, you still get the cost of this card being decreased because it gets drawn through Hild. I do like that. I do like that. Wait, I do like that, right? Yeah. Okay, let me just check something real quick for peace of mind in regards to what kind of build I have on the ready, right? So we do have a lead version here. So the lead multi-hit. And then 3 versions of the draw. And this one right here is, I guess, like our own mix creation, where one of them is vulnerable. One of them is lead cost reduce. One is whatever the fuck that is, and one of this shit. I mean, this one would be just straight up. Okay, this is 4 lead versions. And this even has the fracture by allies. Oh, no wonder I didn't think of this deck. Because it... I mean, okay, so this would be 40 fracture stacks right here. This would be draw 3. And then this one would activate fracture by allies. But we only have like 1 fracture activation. So we'd have to turn one of them into like a double trigger for this to really make sense. Oh yeah, the reason why this deck is peak. You see what I see? Indeed, it has the most important card in the game still in it. I was wondering how this deck actually ended up being 160 save data. We're obviously not missing a divine. So... this is truly a very special deck. Where should you invest your credits today before reset? Well, you might have... Oh, because you're on Twitch, you haven't seen it yet. Let me fix that. let me fix that what is broken for you, okay? Boop, bop, bum. Let me open your eyes to the truth. Here we go. Huh? Yeah. Well, if it had like that clearly looks official, right? So, well, how could you say no to that? Okay, you're gonna buy ASTRON. No, this is fake news. Well, that's what the people said. Yesterday they said you should invest in Kaguya. Well, look where that would have gotten you, right? When did I make this? I made it yesterday. And I decided to put it on the YouTube thumbnail as well. No, I made it today. Before the stream. I had an epiphany. Basically the lord of everything that is ASTRON spoke to me in my dreams. So, let's do another attempt. See, it is actually kind of fun. Okay, I don't know if you would consider it fun, but I do believe in our chances to run another run, use Arabebe, and actually get another cost reduction. I do believe that all it takes is just a singular run, and I just don't know what happened to... Oh yeah, I re-geared a couple of my P... Oh well, it's distortion adaptation anyway. Yeah, I think Arabella should be able to hard carry this herself, so this should be fine. Whoops. Oh no. Who's in jail? Who do we need to get out of their fantasies? Not that many people actually. So I still don't understand how we increase the memory fragment slot capacity, but not the deck capacity. Like, it's not like we're getting less decks every season, right? Like, the amount of time I would have to spend to sort all my decks to figure out what can and can't go, it's a little worrisome. I mean, 50,000 is like a range of, well, that could be a deck, you know? That could be something I actually care about. It's pretty spooky. Fracture damage doesn't count as instinct. That's why you'd use attack percent at memory slot 5. Well, this is obviously something that I, in my infinite wisdom, have foreseen by only getting instinct damage from the potential. But to be fair, I think it's something that's gonna get fixed in like the next week within the next week. And that is because not only is she providing instinct percentage in the top right potential, but even Tressa's agony scales with void damage attribute bonus. So I think it's nothing you should actually be worried about. This is basically something that shouldn't be. At least I'm pretty certain it is. So Glory said good for Arabella on a sub. It works for fracture damage. It does. And that's why it's pretty good, yes. 15% multiplier to fracture. If unobtainable credits will be provided based on grade. Okay. Yeah, at the moment it doesn't seem so. So, you know what that means actually? Free damage. Once it does, free damage. Free damage. Listen to this. Free damage. I mean, we could obviously try and test it ourselves. Yeah, I mean, I guess it should be rather simple. We just pick like an instinct goblet that doesn't give attack. And then just see what happens, right? Should be a pretty big damage bump. It might just. Okay, we don't have anything in our pathing, so our odds of getting a cost reduction, well, are in the stars. But yeah. Once we get to the waypoint, might as well just check it out ourselves, right? It's one thing to hear about it, and then it's another to see it with your own eyes, right? Lord, give me strength. I haven't seen a Cthulhu for like 10 runs. I don't know what gold to sacrifice for it to show up. Well, you shouldn't be sacrificing me. What you should be sacrificing is the idea of running auto runs, and much rather, if you really are that desperate for big boy Cthulhu to show up, to just go ahead and do a bunch of normal fights, right? A bunch of rat fights. Disappointed a bit with Arabella. I thought a kid like Kafka is Yahoo trigger whole team dots. Turns out you need to pick either one. Who said you need to pick either one? Right? Like nothing stops you from running double own activation and team activations, right? Like you can go Hollow Verdict and run, like you can just copy Hollow Verdict first, then turn one of them into ally, like team-wide activation, which is... Oh! So you... See, I don't know how that misconception happened, but this activates all fractures, right? Like also her own. Just because it says allies doesn't mean it doesn't activate Arabella's. Right? Also, normal fights equals Cthulhu. I dropped the auto runs. And indeed, Cthulhu only spawns on red fights. He doesn't spawn on question mark, doesn't spawn on elites. Whenever it says allies, it's team-wide. So every single fracture that has been applied will be triggered by this. It's going to be both Arabella's and Hills, right? Ally is everyone. Ally is entire team. Great, you had it and think it's just allies. This one was also confusing a lot of people. This one. Remove all fracture inflicted by allies and apply the amount times 2. This also works for her own. This is the highest amount of fracture you can apply in a single card, and that's 15. If you apply 15 stacks of fracture with Arabella, and you use this card, you get to maximum stacks. Right? Like, just because it says inflicted fracture by allies doesn't mean it's only doubling the ones from a hilt. It takes every single characters and doubles them and applies them to fracture amplification. Like, the only drawback with this one is the fact that it all turns into just hilts fracture stacks, 30 of them. But yeah, this takes entire team. Unique? Yeah, but you know the best part about this being unique is that there's 2 of them. And that is Sadistic Restraint also has one. So when you think, well, one fracture ally trigger isn't enough, you can get this one. And now you have 2 of them. Where could you find Arvark? Arvark is when you go into a chaos run, there will be any area. It could be any area, but it's going to have a purple symbol. We currently don't have it here, but it looks a little like an elite area, like an elite monster. It's in the beginning of the fight, and it's going to be called Trail of the Husk, and that's where you find Arvark's area, and then you can unlock him to fight him as the second boss in the chaos run. Uh-oh, pain. Oh. Can anybody tell me why we have this on Arabella? How do we get here? Curious. There goes my coin. Am I done with Gravedrift? Haven't even started. Can you only unlock him from first part of Chaos? Yes, you can only unlock him from the first part of Chaos. But what you gotta keep in mind is you gotta upgrade your skill tree. You have to go into your Chaos, Zero system, upgrade tree, and you need the node at the bottom right. So it's like the node should be right here on your screen when on the skill tree. You first need to unlock the node. Do we know the percentages of the mythic equipment at the end of the Chaos Battle rewards? No, but I know a way of how you can increase your odds. And that is by finding the chest event first. If you find the chest event, not only can you click on the chest to then get a mythic item, but even if it is not the one you want, equipping it on a teammate takes it out of the drop pool, increasing the chances of the other ones. In general, also, you can increase your chances by... well, it depends on the amount of coins you get a run, but you can equip... especially seasonal based or standard rare items or legendary items, better said, on your teammates, which then take them out of the drop pool, making it overall more likely. But I can't give you an exact number on what the odds are. Wait, how do I know so much? Do you like read? Nah, I just photosynthesize the information in my head. Yeah. Like every day I wake up, I take like 20 minutes of staring straight into the sun and it photosynthesizes the information in my head. I don't need to read. Yo, Giscali, what's the plan for today? That's the plan for today. But no, I want a bit multi-hit Arabella. Just like a standard multi-hit Arabella with some nice cost reductions. And then probably combine that with a morale and weakness fortitude Haru. Me photosynthesizing wasn't on your bingo card. Well, then it must have been a pretty bad bingo card. Like, that should be entirely way too obvious. Stared the sun too, but the sun didn't like my stand and saw the black dot in the center of your vision. Well, there's a difference between the sun and a solar eclipse. Right? Like, photosynthesizing from the sun can work. Doing that with a solar eclipse is the wrong software, you know? It's the wrong software. For some reason, delegation often skips on the Avark event. Yeah, but that's because it's coincidence if it ends up on your path or not, right? You would obviously hope that it is guaranteed, but you can guarantee it by playing manually, right? Okay, do we get an Arabella epiphany? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, well... we're gonna buy it for the idea. But yeah. Alright. So we have 32 more minutes. I bought the pass. Which demon partner would you pick for Arabella? I wouldn't want to pick I wouldn't want to pick the striker partner for Arabella. I would still highly recommend you pick up Nyx. Even though Nyx doesn't have anything to do with Arabella, she still is and probably always will be the best choice out of the battle pass. I mean, you could go ahead and pick up the striker partner, which is the very first one out of the 6. But the striker partner really isn't that made for Arabella. I take it you're not doing account reviews. Well, define account reviews. If it's a concept of me logging into somebody else's account, that's not necessarily something we've ever really done, and that is because the devs are a little queasy about the concept of viewer summons as a whole, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I doubled on Kaguya, like, though I thought it can't get worse. Well. Makes sense, a shame. Yeah, I mean, I thought about it, right? Like, what's the worst they could do? But I don't know if it's such a smart idea to have asked for something and then a few months later down the line decide, well, I gotta do it my way. We got the tenacity increase, unfortunately. How are you supposed to use Arabella while you're at work? Well, that certainly is super easy. You you play the chaos run, and then like in a chaos run things are so tiny that nobody would notice. Surely. The new downloadable decks, are they permanent, or while the stocks last? They are permanent. They are here to stay. You don't have to worry about any of them going. And you know what's crazy? I actually already rated 25 out of 31 decks. And I spent 50 minutes. 50 minutes talking about the 25 out of 31 decks. And then I have to like do the other one. And you'll probably get like a, I don't know, hour 15 long video of me talking about like all the decks. Especially what one of them are doing well, what some of them are doing bad. And if I'd consider either buying them or building something similar, or what I would change. I mean, it was certainly interesting. But yeah, I'll have to see. CCNGs, do I sell Astron? I mean, if you want to become a sell-out, sure. You hold the card and your coworkers see and you're cooked? No, they're gonna ask you. They're gonna ask you after the secret source. They're gonna be like, well, how can I join? Where do I find this? What is the secret to immortality? And then you can show them chaoszeronightmare and they will be enlightened. So, let's hope we get, well, obviously Egu. Luckily we can put this on a teammate, which means we are now capable of having a higher chance of getting the Egu. How good Orlea with Arabella? Very good. If you need an example, the latest video on YouTube shows you how you can do 70,000 damage in 2 fracture activations. And that is without considering the card damage, because the card damage itself will probably be closer to around 10k, which means a singular card has the potential to do 80,000 damage. I do believe that is quite significant. I do think so. Yeah, they're gonna be like, ew, what is this game, so I can stay away from it? When does the raid up end, by the way, so I don't have to see it anymore? Would the Veronica be worth buying? You could also just build her, because keep in mind, you don't need that much. You just need a character that gives you a bit of AP, gives you more draw than cards they add to the deck, and that's it, right? You just need some draw, you need some AP. You don't necessarily need the specific one, but it's just a very solid Veronica yeah. Like, at face value, it's just a very solid Veronica deck, but it's by no means one that you absolutely need. It can be replaced by either like a Veronica deck you build yourself or any other character with positive draw and positive AP. And in the previous deck, did you also share the Orlea deck? Yeah, it's all in the Google Doc. It's all in the Google Doc, and in that case, you just have to scroll down. There's like a bunch of different Arabella decks, then it goes the Hilt deck for Arabella, and then below that is the, I think I labeled it the Arabella Big Fracture Boom, and there you have 2 Arabella versions, the Orlea version and the Veronica version. I built for myself after buying it. That's 2.5 pulls. Wait, how does that work? how did you buy it for yourself? Build it for yourself after buy? That sounds like a mega waste. What the market gospel for today? Basically, I bought the Veronica deck. Sounds about right. I mean, it's not one of the hardest decks to build, right? Because the AP Epiphany is rather easy to get. You just need to get the base Epiphany, get AP on it. It is one of the simpler ones for sure. Oh. Basically, you bought the deck and then you went to build it yourself for the memes. I mean, you were able to improve the deck with the seasonal mechanic on top as well, right? I'd assume. Bought the Arabella deck after a few months realized this is turbo shit and decided to probably rebuild it myself. Yeah, the Arabella deck is not their finest moment. It adds like 15 stacks of fracture and then activates those 15 stacks 10 times. Right, it's a lot of activations, but that's kind of about it. But it is a lot of activations. Who do you use with Typhara? I just built her. She generates so much AP that it goes to waste. I end turns with over 7 AP left. Well, you could run her with a 9. 9 is gonna require you to, depending on how you build her, spend 15 AP a turn. You could run her with a 9. You could try and run her with a Rita to work towards making sure that every time you're able to not only consume their own Rita AP, but also all AP in general. Oh, we rode from a tier 15 into a tier 15. Interesting. Are you still planning on letting us sell save data too, or was that cap, I wonder? What do you mean? Are they still planning on letting us sell save data too? Was that part of the mess? Was that part of that image that they shared? Let me see if I recall. I mean, imagine you end up building a deck, people can buy it for gems, and you get a percentage of the gems that people decide to buy your deck for. Like, imagine you can afford your next character by having people spend gems to buy your deck. It sounds kinda sick. It says save data has been farmed up, can be earned as rewards or bought with crystals. Cores can be used to change the content. The save data aren't seasonal save data. Yeah, so I don't know on what information you're like relying on, because I don't have any clue of supposedly being able to sell save data. CZN now a valid job again in third world countries. I mean, how would you sell the gems though? But I made it up, GIF. What upgrade in the chaos system is allowed you to choose the character duplication in the final boss? In the zero system, upgrade 3. In the third tab, the final upgrade is what allows you to pick the character and then get 3 of those characters' cards. It's almost perfect, the Haru deck, and I'm very much thinking about buying it to run it alongside of my multi-hit Arabella. Because I am looking for an excuse to run my Battle Pass partner with Haru. Are we still holding ASTRON? Alright. Oh yeah, we need to see if we're getting, if we're even getting the area this run. We don't. Well, we can still hope for an epiphany though. We can still hope for an epiphany though, so it's not the end of the world. But yeah, I do believe we are a lot more likely to walk away with the deck we want if we were to play manual chaos. Due to the guarantee of getting that like 1 in 9 of obtaining the cost reduction. What's going on? Yeah, I see this. Ah, okay. Just took a bit to load. Maybe it had to load our RNG, our luck, our capacity. Or maybe it had to like prepare us for deleting Crimson Domain, which sometimes that's just the way it goes, man. Would I do Great Rift runs before Olga's release? I mean, I have to, because with Olga they're gonna release a new Great Rift boss. So unless I obviously missed something, I'd assume that the Great Rift is only 3 weeks. So we'll have to play the Great Rift at some point. Just put Arabella as the partner necessary because you're broke. The Arabella partner is one of the biggest damage increases to its dedicated character we've ever seen. So, would you consider that to be worth it? Well, funny that you say that. Yeah. But no, her partner is really good. It's definitely better to go for partner than to go for E1 or even E2. Or maybe E2 not as much, but definitely E1. Oh, for some reason you thought it was the same boss all season? It shouldn't be. I mean, we usually get 2 Great Rifts a season. Yeah, one off, but technically it's the single biggest. But also, sometimes the math might be mathing, but it might actually not be mathing. Now this might sound a little complicated, but not every partner percentage increase can be fully compared based on just numbers in a hypothetical scenario. Though it does give you a pretty good idea that, well, I mean, one of the bigger reasons is just how poor of a fit the other partner options are in like a Scarlet / Lillian. In like, there's just strikers are kind of like psionics, though not as extreme in terms of faster partner options. I mean, I guess we just have to accept the fact that it's been a while since we got a striker, and we mostly saw hunters, or better said rangers, and rangers, well, rangers have Rosaria. They do have a Rosaria. You're sure we're gonna see an Anise boss fight? Aww, okay. Oh, the greed. I thought for sure we were gonna be able to find sever ties. No, how did that go on Mika? I could have sworn that went on Arabella. Now we need to get rid of it somehow, because otherwise we won't be able to find it for Arabella anymore. What a deck of Arabella. Oh, we're just trying to build a simple multi-hit Arabella. Is Olga going to be a controller? I think it was controller, right? Or was it psionic? No, I think it was psionic, wasn't it? Let me see. I mean, it's not that hard to find. Yeah, psionic. There you go. But no, the most important part you need to realize about Olga is, well, her buff that she has that says when dot damage is taken, take a proportion of the damage amount as fixed damage. And also this possesses an enhancement mechanic that cumulatively stacks per activation of agony and fracture. Yeah. That isn't much of a choice, is it? See, I knew we were missing a card. I just didn't know which one. The broke guy thinks I have... The broke guy thinks I have 210 Radiant Hero currency and 19 normal pulls. Do I pull to go for 300 currency or buy 21 pulls and go for it directly? 66 pulls from a guarantee. Well, I mean, if you were to use your standards and then use the 300 currency, obviously it would be technically more value to use the currency to instead buy a dupe of a limited. Just due to the difficulty of obtaining dupes of limiteds. But if it's between completely missing out on the partner and getting them, I guess it would be fine to buy her for 300 currency. So far it seems that if you wanted a Arabella, you dupe Hollow Verdict. If you want single target, you dupe Sadistic Restraint. Pretty much, yeah, pretty much exactly that. And that is just because Sadistic Restraint mainly single target detonates and Hollow Verdict AoE detonates. That is a very valid observation indeed. Orlea carried you in Great Rift for 1.2 million, you love her. Yeah, Orlea was able. Oh, nice. Come on, there's a good chance. Good chance it's a Vital Epiphany on Sadistic Restraint. Really? Really? And it even would have been a triple Divine Selection, so if it was cost reduction, it would have been almost a jackpot. Almost. By the way, considering that Fracture Amp gives you 2 stacks back on a single target scenario, wouldn't it be better to go for the draw 2 over the 9 Fracture stacks? Why? Why? You only get 2 stacks back. You're in most cases you're double exploding, which means you go from 30 all the way to 15, then from 15 up to, I guess, let's say 16 or 17, depending on AoE or single target scenario, and then you halve that again, so you end up all the way down at 8. And then you kind of still have to somehow get back up to like a respectable fracture number again, I'd say. Or are we talking about like specifically for the Great Rift? Because, well, for the Great Rift, you only want to find a way for your fracture to kill rather than overkill, I think. Ooh. So, we have a 25% chance for the card to become cheaper, a 25% chance for the card to stay 1 cost, and a 50% chance for the card to actually become more expensive. Just what I would have liked to see. Even at E6, you'd still want to run the Fracture Scream for me. It depends, right? Like there is still value to the draw 2, because that would allow you to potentially not have to go for something like the draw 1 on Sadistic Restraint. And it also depends on your teammates, right? Like the +9 is nice, but you can also try to do, generate the fracture, specifically Hollow Verdict. I really like this one to generate fracture stacks, because it just means whatever, we just need to generate half of it and can then just double it, which is the biggest amount of fracture stacks we could add, right? All the way up to 15. So we could, for example, go with draw 2 here and then instead turn like a Hollow Verdict into a create 15 pretty much. Or even turn a Sadistic Restraint into a generate 10. But yeah, no, the Scream for me adding 9 is pretty sweet. Well, you get 2 on every explosion. As long as Fracture Amp is up, Arabella can keep the target with Fracture. Yeah, but the problem... See, okay, it's not about keeping the target with Fracture. It's preferably about keeping the target with more than just 2 Fracture stacks. While yes, she can obviously keep up a certain amount of fracture stacks at all times due to her adding them with fracture amplification, you still prefer to rather start at a higher fracture number just due to the scaling. At least unless you're talking multi-hit. In multi-hit it really doesn't matter as much. Good evening, Mr. John CZN. Hey, good evening to you too as well. Welcome, welcome. Oh, cost reduction. Vulnerable coordinated attack. Do I need to finish this deck? Like this run here? I have like 2 shops. I don't really need to. So, we have 9 minutes. 9 minutes until everything shall be revealed. So, how about y'all tell me, what is your strategy? What is your strategy for today? Do you believe Kaguya is on the rise? Do you believe 110 is still going to rise? Or do you trust in ASTRON? Huh? What's your call for today, huh? Seeing as how we only have 8 minutes until it all goes down. I should collect some of my summer missions. Aw, there isn't that much. Your stat is to watch me and do the opposite, but I was making a really good call yesterday. Because yesterday I said, don't you dare get Kaguya and definitely go ASTRON. And if you did the opposite, then you must have been gotten generationally fucked. 110 gonna fall today. 70 ASTRON, 30 Kaguya. Well, that's okay. So long as you don't put the majority of your support behind Kaguya, I'm fine with it. You know what? Let's actually start a manual run. You just follow Mommy Arabella's advice. She said, sell stock and buy rumors. Yep. Yep, that's maybe that's what you should be doing. So we actually do a manual run, going to the, because I think I have the confidence of being able to make it to the halfway point within the next 7 minutes. I better be able to do it. Otherwise, yeah, you're gonna see all the stock news before I do. Maybe pretty awkward. Man, I'd have to like close the game and abandon the run. That'd be super sad. So, the special area that I was talking about is this one. It looks like... It almost looks like an elite area, but it's called Trailer de Husk. So... Bop, 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 bop. Bop, bop, bop. Straight through the middle looks good. I bet equally and rebalance every day seems to be working. Ew, look at us, we're so overpowered. Did you see us one-shot all of these people? Damn. Arababy is putting belt to ass. What the heck are we looking for tonight? We want to do the most un-Arabella-like thing you could ever do, which is... I don't know why they exploded, but... oh, I think it was like when you kill somebody, do a fracture explosion. But no, what I want to do is a multi-hit. I want to do a very simple multi-hit Arabella, combine that with a support Haru, and then see some big numbers. Hi, why Orlea? Why we're running Orlea here in the Chaos? Because we were running her yesterday. I'm too lazy to ungear her, and because double healer with single Arabella has yet to fail me on a single one of my attempts at tier 15. Would I consider buying E2 from the shop? No. Like, 30% is great, but 30% isn't the world. Like, I'm gonna get it eventually. Right? Be it with an anniversary selector, be it with... whatever it ends up being, right? There's a multitude of things that could happen that can give me Adelheid E2 that don't require me to spend my points on a standard dupe. So yeah, I'm gonna get it eventually. Yo, VG took a break for 5 months. How's the game looking so far compared to before? Well, 5 months, that means you weren't here before the half-year anniversary. Massive changes. Like, you have auto chaos, you have a whole new game mode, you have massive quality of life, you have past seasons now having a skill tree, you have the ability to buy decks for gems should you decide to just want to play a character without having to farm if you want to desire, or you can use them as inspiration to build other decks with. There's been obviously buff waves in between. We had the strongest season ever, and that was Season 3. Season 3 was so strong that they had to increase the power level of all future seasons. There is a new beginner banner. If you log into the game right now, you'll be able to get any of the standard 10 characters of your choosing. You get a basically you get a banner where you can reroll 200 times. And you're guaranteed a 5-star every reroll. It can only be the starting 10 and you can pick whoever you like. Yeah, I think those were like some of the most, like just the biggest highlights, I guess. Oh, deck editing, yeah. There is now cores. You can now edit decks. Like you can add divines, you can change epiphanies. You can add gear, you can add common cards after you finish the chaos run. So no longer do you actually need to make the perfect deck in a run. You can actually make the deck and then just finish it later. That's probably the biggest one. Yeah. You grabbed Veronica for that sweet multiplicative damage increase to Veronica. Well, you're a smart fella. Alright, we almost made it to the waypoint. And then we can watch the stock market. So spending 2.4 pulse would spend for vulnerable Haru. Vulnerable Haru? No, multiplicative support Haru. But just because it's a deck that's relatively difficult to get due to it being on an attack card. But then again, that isn't quite the truth anymore because we have a guaranteed way to get that divine. But alright, come on. By the way, you've been using your mega codes because I haven't touched mine. I still got 2. Oh, I used them a little silly. I used one of them to make an E6 Luke. And I used a few of them maybe to make an E6 Hild. I don't know. I have like one, but that's the current one. So, alright, gentlemen. 2 minutes. Remember, we are all in on ASTRON. All 4,000 of my coins are currently held in ASTRON stock. Let's see how this is gonna end. Bam 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 bam. Sell ASTRON gang? I don't know about you. You really do want to lose that mod position, don't ya? But no, we'll reevaluate after reading today's stock news. But for now, let's count down until reset. Well, I don't know. It's maybe like 15 seconds. Maybe it's 20 seconds. Maybe it's 30 seconds. I don't know. I just know it's a minute. Like less than a minute, but I don't know exactly how long. So I can't really do a countdown for you. Alright. Did we fail ourselves by saying double ASTRON? We are a minute before the stock upgrade. Is 110 going to rise? Okay, here we go. The stock market update is in. Security Bureau to inspect all small vessels. Operation to catch Darkstar smugglers. Okay. 110 has risen too much. Warning has been issued that it may soon be cut in half. Wait, 110 went up even higher? Kaguya went higher? Oh, I don't like this. Okay, we went up barely, didn't we? Come on, leave me alone. Show me the news. No, not the news. Show me the stock. Fuck you. I trust myself. but where's the stock? Interstellar market. We went up by 5%. Kaguya went up by 6 and 110 dropped. Everything got cooked. We won. Kind of. Somehow. I mean... well, if you invested into 110, you better have sold first. It's a sad day in the market. Nobody really ended up winning. There's only a loser, and that is 110, and everybody else, well, we kind of stayed the same. A minor increase, a big drop, and a minor increase. That's silly. Oh no. All Kaguya now. Well, it could be fake news. But okay, let's first evaluate the news, right? Kaguya selling medicine to the government must be good news. The security bureau inspecting small vessels to catch dark smugglers might hit Kaguya, might hit Astron depending on if we are obviously carrying the dark star smugglers. 110 having risen too much, well, it already got cooked, right? And then the heavy industry giant GigaArts rumored to be preparing its listing. Already the talk of the market. Well, we didn't get another stock listed yet. So let's have a look at the in information. So pharmaceutical stocks grow on lawsuits, holding the 65 line. Pharmaceutical stocks grow on lawsuits. Okay. They say the outlook for the verdict is bad, but since it's holding, it's forming a base. There is a chance that Kaguya will now go back down again. Even with everything. Like, they don't seem very positive. Pharmaceutical stocks grow on lawsuits. That doesn't sound great. Outlook from the verdict is bad, but since it's holding, it's forming a base. I mean, a base? Well, I don't know. Then let's look at 110 company before we check out the goats at Astron. A correction from 150 to 100. This is an opportunity secured while it's cheap. Overheated stock notice reissued. 110 company. From the market staff. Look at this guy. The ethics committee imposter. Third straight day of surging. Aren't you a fool if you miss this? If you listen to him, and this guy as well. No such thing as a high. Hit 110. Next stop is the atmosphere. Yeah. Air's a little tight. But now let's have a look at our goats. TerraSign administrator, did you even read the security bureau statement? It's a full inspection. F-U-L-L. Okay. The checkpoints are meant to catch the dark star, nothing to do with Astron. If anything, it's an opportunity secured while it's cheap. Random inspection crackdowns. If the routes are blocked, won't all the Astron deliveries be delayed? The compact vessel monopoly is what we have, but they want to obviously, they're like pharmaceutical, long-term hibernation, radiation recovery, space, biology. And 110 company is mining industry, Peltian, and asteroid towing. Our commuter has a point. Yeah, but like... Okay, what's Mummy's advice? This time it's different. This time is different. Okay, let's see. I'm glad you've been coming by so often. Have you ever heard the phrase, this time is different? Okay. The moment you're absolutely convinced of that, that's when you're in the most danger. That kind of blind conviction can bury someone before they even realize it. But it doesn't mean you should dismiss every conviction you have. You can't survive in this place without conviction. Some convictions will drag you straight into the abyss, others will take you farther than you ever dreamed of going. The real skill is knowing which is which. If I really were a sound rope, I might never have tempted you like this in the first place. Sometimes it's better not to know. If I'm a rotten rope, will you still be able to say you don't regret coming this far? I don't know, but apparently we're investing in Mummy Arabella. Okay. I know that we're about to get a like small reward from event achievements. Here, this one. Look, we got 2 divine cores. No, we didn't. We got a removal core. No, we got a removal core. Well, I don't know. Now I'm a little confused. And why would we disable the color settings? Just so we don't know if we're losing. But no, so far we've traded rather successfully. Not perfect. Because perfect would have actually been indeed maybe having more to do with Kaguya. But, you keep your Kaguya stocks and invest more. I mean, all of them cost about the same, huh? Korean stock market, the red color means up. Oh, Probably hinted 110 would go up since this time is different kind of hint. No. It's probably something along the lines of Kaguya has risen and then fallen, and this time it's going to be different. Because this time it's gonna rise and then not fall. I mean, there's a good chance Kaguya crashes tomorrow to like really cook you. Lunch break for ya. See you later, CZ and Jesus. Appreciate you tuning in. Based Rosaria strategy. Let's have. Oh yeah. This it's no longer Cassius and Owen. Let's see. Damn. Rosaria, please understand I have no choice but to support this side, Captain. Will you join me? Judging rationally, this side looks promising, assuming there isn't an error. Damn, there's a 100% corp investment, there's the 70, 110, and the 30% Kaguya pharmaceutical strategy. Or we could use our own choice. All in on Rosaria. I just finished the Act 4. Rosaria is literally working for ASTRON. Yeah, but is that a scam? I don't know. I mean, so far we've been making profits left and right. But wait. You'd go with the robot. I don't know. Cassius has been lying out of his ass. A card's offer with 70-30 Kaguya 110 split looks tempting. Alright, I have an idea. We're gonna buy ASTRON and then a singular stock of Kaguya. Because that's all I can afford. And because I can't afford another stock of ASTRON, doing all in ASTRON and buying a single stock of Kaguya sounds the most reasonable. We trust rich booba nepo lady. She works for ASTRON and ASTRON been going up and she's there to tell you to buy it, I'd be very. That is true. But she does also say she has no choice but to support that side. I mean, the real question, gentlemen, I need a roll call. Are we here to make money? Or are we here to see ASTRON to the very end? We need to like fully finalize our investment strategy. Are we actually trying to read the room? Or are we here to support ASTRON? Right? Do we really believe in inter-arc routes and the end of chaos to the end of our days? Right? Money, yeah. So, money. We're here because of our baby. Money. Make money and become the invisible hands. Money. So, my council of very wise men. Has ASTRON Corp outlived its usefulness for us? That's the big one here. Or do we think ASTRON is still gonna carry us a little longer to the promised land. Still in on ASTRON. Put all my money on ASTRON. The new slide, due to inspections, I mean, the inspections already, I mean, technically there already were inspections yesterday, right? You think ASTRON would indeed carry us all to the moon? Well, but let's think logically here. Did any news here actually sound like, which of these news inputs here sounded like a major increase? We're not just talking a slight increase like today, but like a proper banger, so that we can get more funds when ASTRON really takes off. That'd be the question, right? The real question is Mr. Small Ship Lover, right? He's saying that the checkpoints are just meant to catch a Dark Star, but it's not got nothing to worry. I don't know, man. The ARC community, it's not like we unveiled a new spaceship, right? But we still times like these are exactly when skill matters, you hear? Like, I mean, Kaguya is selling more medicine to the government. Yeah, I mean, if the government is trying to keep Kaguya Pharmaceutical alive due to some like elitist cope whatever the fuck, because people were panic selling Kaguya, I mean, a government-backed stock? That's the question, right? Like, especially if I was like a average guy and I'd see that a stock is getting trusted by the government, well, your average person would be like, well, that's a good sign. Pharmaceutical stocks grow on lawsuits, holding the 65 line, the Mortality Seeker. I mean, he's invested though. Look at his name. Kaguya Pharmaceutical wants to pursue biological immortality, and his name is Immortality Seeker, so he's probably biased. They say the outlook for the verdict is bad, but since it's holding, it's forming a base. Market Self, the overheated stock notice reissued. It's gonna lose the patent lawsuit you're gonna pull out. Imagine if we're in the year 2007. Imagine we are in the year 2007. Maybe the smartest move would be to sell everything and not invest anything. Because for whatever reason, tomorrow everything's gonna crash. That would be hilarious. Imagine if everything goes down and your best bet would have been to just pull everything away. Will the 110 continue to grow now that price revelation is complete? Well, that's the question, right? Or is it going to continue to fall further? A lot of my viewers weren't even born in 2007. What? We have a bunch of OGs in here. Like, most of the people in here are older than I am. Like, don't you dare disrespect them being 2008 and beyond. Like, they might have not been, maybe like I was, aware of what even happened in 2008. But they sure as hell were alive. I mean, do let me know if some of, like, do we have anyone in here right now that wasn't alive in the year 2007? Let's see. Is there a single, you were born in 2008 and you don't know what happened in 2007? Alright, well, there is Someone. Remember, guys, Rosaria is pay to win. We are free to play in this market. Other way around. Rosaria is free to play, but we are pay to win, right? I think you got it twisted, big guy. What about someone in the 1990s? Obviously, they would be alive in 2007, right? Now you feel old as fuck? Well, that's the problem whenever you touch anything that has to do with years. Regardless of what it is and regardless for who it is, it all hits the same. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, you were just born, by the way? Damn. Well, congratulations, my guy. You are one of the smartest people I've ever met in my life. Like, just born, by the way, and already found the best CZN stream on YouTube. Insane IQ. Good AoE build for Arabella. And good AoE build for Arabella would mainly be relying on Hollow Verdict. And specifically Hollow Verdict's either ally, but usually double fracture activation. So this one is going to be the card you should be on the lookout for. Yeah, so it's pretty much this one here. The double fracture activation on every single one on the field. And then you can combine that with something like either obviously the draw 2 here or something like the multi-fracture AoE application. If it's about true AoE. And also if you're looking for a couple bits of inspiration for AoE decks, you can check out the Great Rift rankings. Great Rift rankings. When are they gonna put this game on Steam or something? The PC client is horrible. Is it really? Because I have yet to encounter any particular issues, but also I'm not really looking for issues. Like I just open Stove, open the game, and then when I'm done with the game, I just close Stove again. I really don't try to like look through it, nor do I care about the games they offer there or anything else like that. There would at least be 1 year. Yeah, but they scroll shorts. And because we don't have this stream in the shorts, it's less likely for there to be the presence of a 1-year-old with his mom's tablet. What be the cost for a 4th removal? 20. But only if you remove the 4th card. Like, you can remove a character's 5th, 6th, 7th or 8th card for free. Only the first 4 cards of a character actually cost you 20 each. So the 3 basics would be 60 total, and then if you remove a character's 4th card, then that'd be another 20. But removing card 5, 6, 7 or 8 are actually free. How do I get past the 18 plus restrictions though? There shouldn't be any, at least not this time around. Otherwise, I might actually have to go ahead and fucking, what is it? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there is no, this stream is indeed for everybody. At least, okay, it's not for kids, but it's also not 18 plus. Oh, I thought you mean you can remove 5 cards? I mean, you could remove... Yeah, you could remove 5 cards, not just 4, but... well, maybe I'm not entirely picking up what you're putting down. Mika is way too high in demand for too many teams. Nah, that just means you're a bit lazy about building other AP generators. You don't have to run a Mika. But Mika is certainly a very useful unit. There is no doubt about that. No denying that. I think Derji's fine today since he's been talking about stocks. So, what do you mean? I'm watching the best financial advice out there. You know that I thought about? A side experiment where I try to reuse the lessons we've learned from the CZN stock market event, and then maybe actually try to trade some stocks with like I don't know, like $100 base and see where we go. Like maybe at the end of the stock event, I might make a video where we try to invest into the stock market based on Arabella's advice. I think that could be kind of fun. but it could also obviously end in like maximum disaster. So half my ASTRON gonna keep lower risk. But what are you gonna do with that money? What is the non-risk? Are you just not gonna get anything? Holy peak stream idea? No, it wouldn't really be for a stream, would it? Because, yeah, nah, that'd be... No. It'd have to be a video, and I'd have to figure out how to do that. Or, I don't know. Does the Mask of Flames increase the damage of Fracture when it triggers on vulnerable? It does, yes. But you still have to keep in mind it's a bigger damage increase to have a Cthulhu gun or a Verdant Jacket because of the percentage attack increase, because it's harder to get. But if the best thing you can get is the 35% crit vulnerable multiplier, then that does work. So long as Fracture is the thing to trigger on vulnerable. Yeah, it does work. Oh, guys, where do you farm the Arabella deck? Yeah, unless you want to spend an unholy amount of salty currency, I would highly recommend building Arabella on this this chaos here. Or you could obviously end up building it on any other seasonal chaos. But what you're really looking for is a select card event. A select card event that guarantees you a specific divinity. And the reason why you want to do that is because that means you only have around between, especially for attackers, between 9 to 10 options. So you have a rather high likelihood of not only hitting the right card, but also having that card get the right kind of epiphany. So this is pretty much what we're doing here and why we're doing a manual run. Because this is the event we're looking for. Okay, it's after this. It's like the alternate alternate area. As you can see, we still have Sadistic Restraint and Hollow Verdict open. So obviously here we don't really care, right? It's all about what comes after. Becoming your chat trader, you'd watch it for sure. It's quite confusing because I never understood how the building works. Yeah, it's something you've kind of been growing used to over time, and also I don't know if it's something you can like teach in just a singular video on how to do it. Like there's so many little nuances that for some might just seem entirely obvious, but then for somebody else looking at it from like a complete beginner's perspective is like, well, what the fuck is he doing in the first place? But here we are. How to guarantee the event? Well, this one, you have to first go into the skill tree, unlock the event. It's like a bug phase on the seasonal skill tree. And then you just can move there. There's like an icon. It's called the Trail of the Husk. It's like a purple icon with a white bug in it. So you can guarantee it by just manually playing the chaos and just going there. So the question here is, do we want to build a Hollow Verdict deck or do we want to... Deck. Or do we want to build it... I guess Sadistic Restraint is the easiest because even with 4 copies we have a bunch of variety. So what we're now hoping for is pretty much any epiphany, so long as we get the cost reduction or maybe the vulnerable divine. Well, draw 1 card of this unit is technically possible, where we'd have to re-epiphany the cards to something else, and then we'd have 2 draw on a singular Sadistic Restraint. But that also means we need more AP, even more AP coming from whoever's in the team. Yeah, I'm not yet that interested in building an AoE Ara. Because I feel like if I wanted... Because, okay, outside of the Great Rift, there is no content needing an AoE deck. Which is kind of why... But alright, we still have another chance at the Divine. Whee! Where's this event that lets you select the Divine that gives the Divine? I mean, as I said, right? You have to first unlock it in the seasonal skill tree. And then it looks like this on the map. You see this icon here? Looks like a bug. Here's it a little clearer. You see this? It's like this purple thing with the face and the two eyes called Trail of the Husk. You just look for this symbol. This symbol is a guaranteed select Divine Vitor Divine event. So whenever a card is unepiphanied and you go there, you can select it and it's always going to be Vitor as a god. More AP, less draw engine. Yeah, but the problem is it's draw one of this unit with draw one of this unit, which leads to obviously draw two of this unit. So there might be a time where all the Arabella cards are drawn, but what about the rest of the team? Neutral draw is sometimes a lot more useful than neutral draw is sometimes a lot more useful than draw one of this unit, because it can also draw, well, other cards that are not of this unit, because unit draw doesn't help when you have all the units cards in hand. But it's also not always like 100% oh it's not good, right? Would Arabella's partner be a bigger buff, or would it be better to get Orlea instead, because there is no way you can get both? Oh, would Arabella's partner be a bigger buff, or would Olga be better? Well, the most important part to this discussion is twofold. Number one, we don't know Olga's kit, so we can only really make a judgment when we see her kit. Number two is the fact that Olga herself is a standard unit, so even if you don't get her on her banner, you can, after her banner ends, get her on every single 50-50 you'd end up failing. Or you can even get her from your standard pulls. With a wish list being in the talks at least, depending on if they do or don't announce that for the anniversary, chances would obviously also become a lot higher. But no, the biggest point is just the fact that you won't be able to get the partner again. Right? That's like the biggest part, where you just won't be able to get the partner even if you wanted to, whereas you would always have a chance to get an Olga so long as you, well, try hard enough. We know that the partner is very important for Arabella. It's just we don't know how big Olga will be. Though I do believe if it's between getting a character and getting a partner, I'd still pick the character, because there's just more things you can do with the character than you can do with a partner. But if they rerun all limiteds on anniversary, which one of them would be the best to get? Well, that depends on 3 different factors. Number one, is it going to be some type of special banner, or is it going to be the standard where you gotta go the full way? So, like, what are the odds of even just picking multiple limiteds? Number 2 would be, what are they going to do to Serenia? They said they were going to change, update, improve, whatever the hell, do something to Serenia. So, what happens to Serenia? And number 3, how much better does an Olga make an Arabella? Right? How much better does an Olga make an Arabella, and what does that mean for her value? So let's see, does this auto chaos have the select divine? It does. Awesome. You see this? Auto chaos, and we have Trail the Husk. Let's go. Deserved, to be honest, she bores you. Well, I think Serenia is fun. I think Serenia didn't really need a major rework or big touch-up. But I can admit that Serenia's E6 is a lot weaker than Hyde Mary's and Arabella's E6. Like, that is just a fact. Ew. This is our second time getting the dice at derangement today. I wonder if we'll ever get a non-limited DPS character. What's stopping them? Right? I mean, support or controller / Sonic or whatever it ends up being, it's just a type of character. It's not like there's some golden rule where they can't do it. But then again, right, if they do make a limited support and that limited support ends up being really strong and you end up feeling really bad not having said character, then it could obviously lead to terrible things. No reason to go past E4 right now. For Serenia, yes. For Arabella, you have all the reasons in the world. Because if you're already at E4, brother, you already suffered. Might as well go all the way. Sarah is strong, but I can't help but feel like I'm swapping way too much and not getting... Swapping way too much and not getting much satisfaction. Uh-huh. Maybe it's just because I like heavy hitters like Ara, for example, a feature fracture when it explodes is satisfying. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can just enjoy a good card spam. Like, I do appreciate Luke and just having the ability to shoot a million bullets into somebody's head. But also sometimes, well, simplicity is king, right? Play a card after, see big number, big happy. What build are we trying to do right now? We are trying to, for now, at least get a cost reduction divine. And then based on what kind of card it lands on, we might already have our answer. So for now, we're just trying to get the hardest part out of the way first, which is starting off with sadistic restraint and a beautiful cost reduction right here. Ooh, fracture, vulnerable. I mean, yeah. Only problem, this is unique. Which means even if we pick it now, there's no way we can turn it into a 4-card deck, right? And also, obviously, it's the ally version. But wait. I mean, ally with vulnerable, which would allow us to detonate both Arabella's and whoever allies fracture stack all at 30 stacks with full vulnerable support, which rather than make a big vulnerable and a smaller big fracture and a smaller fracture would give us 2 big fractures. The only problem is finding a teammate that can give us 30 fracture stacks at the moment isn't necessarily possible, but that does not mean that Olga isn't going to deliver exactly that. Time for my favorite CZN streamer. I only watch one. Well, that doesn't change the fact that I'm your favorite. No, appreciate it, man. Alright, we have one more re-epiphany station. And then we gotta ask ourselves if we want to finish this deck. Just in case we need it for Olga. Or if we're gonna say... Yeah... No... Okay. Tenacity damage. Yoicks. Yoicks. What kind of deck would I turn this into if, let's say, I really can't get any more sadistic restraints? I would love to know how much fracture Olga can apply. That would be really helpful right about now. Hey, just get back in the CZN, so your channel looks awesome. Hey, welcome, welcome. If there's anything that still confuses you, feel free to ask, and I will most likely have the time to give you about as much information as I can. Now the question, Scarimo for me or Hollow Verdict? Probably Hollow Verdict on the off chance that we actually end up finishing an AoE build. Because while this run not necessarily has a lot of worth in actually finishing it, we might as well see what kind of epiphanies we get when the cards themselves epiphany. Because there's still a decent chance that we run into a cost reduction on Hollow Verdict instead. Maybe the Hollow Ally. Yeah, we'd have then double Hollow and Ally Explosion. Yeah. Certainly a possibility. And we also still have Cube for now. Okay, basic Epiphany. Which we could turn into Draw 2. Which we could turn into 9 Fracture. Maybe Draw. Damn, no one using neutral cards or monster cards anymore. Well, there is some neutral cards that you end up using. And that usually happens on... Okay. We can only afford 4 Divines in a deck. Once we have 4 Divines, which is something that's very desirable, there's no save data space anymore. But once a character once a character's best deck doesn't actually include 4 Divines, then the world opens up for neutral cards. Like, for example, how Cassius' most optimal deck actually only features 3 Devil Dices rather than 4, saving you 40 save data points, which we, for example, have reinvested into an attack exclamation mark with AP Generation Divine, giving us a lot more value than what it usually would have been. What a sentence. Dreamworld was huge last season. Yeah. Dreamworld basically... Okay, see, one of the things with neutral cards though is, if a neutral card is too strong, then you actually have to start complaining about the fact that rather than not building neutral cards anymore, you don't build the character's unique cards anymore, which means every character just turns into a shell where nothing matters besides their passives and their potential, because you don't really care about the character's cards. What you care about is adding as many neutral cards as possible. But no, if you want to build and play and use neutral cards, that's when you end up playing Sortie. Because in Sortie, you can add as much shit as you want. Nobody's gonna bat an eye, because your only goal is to win. Like how they banned Gearback for this season. I mean, they technically also banned Dreamworld, but I don't really understand Dreamworld. But also, attack, not attack exclamation mark, what is it? The wolf card that draws you 2 when you have no attack cards in hand. That card also used to be banned, but I think it's back now. Let's go! I don't really know what we do with a deck like this, but Olga is gonna apply Agony, so having Fracture inflicted by allies triggered, Fracture inflicted by allies triggered, and then maybe Agony by allies triggered could lead to something that's not a mega disaster. I don't know. Yeah, the wolf card that draws. I forgot the name, sadly. Belligerence, yeah. Imagine if Agony Divine would be meta with Orc. I doubt it. I don't see the vision. Alright, do we get egg? Nice. Would I have preferred Olga being released first? Well, the problem is, in general, having a character that relies heavily on another character. No, okay, you know what's actually crazy? The fact that we know Arabella will rely on Olga is what's actually making it. It would be an entirely different discussion right now if we didn't know. Sometimes having too much information might actually lead to less of an outcome than you thought. Like, for example, the entire perception of this season has shifted due to us getting Hild and Arabella and Olga's information, and then having to assume from the get-go that Hild was just going to be there for Olga, for Arabella, and then Arabella was also just going to be there for him. Oh, we didn't get a duplicate. We didn't get a duplicate event, did we? Ignorance is bliss to some degree, yeah. Like, for example, how I didn't realize we don't have a duplicate event, which, well, makes this deck certainly a little bit less useful. But alright, we finished the run already. Yeah, but you know, just allowing us to put in a free neutral card or a free monster card, it just depends on from what perspective do you look at it. Because if you're if you're to a degree meta chasing, then, well, there's only gonna be 1 or 2 neutral cards again anyway that would be used for this valuable slot to fit everything in. And also, even if like a neutral card becomes required, that also means you're gonna have to look out, be on the lookout for another thing during a chaos run, right? You need to click on the blue. You need to click on do you see this? There's like a purple icon next to the researcher lady. Click on that. That's gonna give you the storyline of Avark and then unlock the options. Like, click on the only other thing that's on the screen that's actually clickable. No trouble. Like, it's not immediately obvious. It took me a little bit to figure out 2 days ago. So I understand where you're coming from, which is why I was able to obviously give you the answer that helps. It's understandable. Was this already auto run too? No, we still have one more. Alright, let's see how this goes. Gosh, I wish I had Hild. Instead, I got a 9 at E1 at Pity. Yeah, but you know what it also meant? You were guaranteed for Arabella. Look at it that way. Seeing as how you wish you said you wish you had a Hild, that means you aren't that affluent in summons, which means failing the 50-50 there guaranteed you Arabella, which means if you did get Hild, wouldn't it have meant that you might have not been able to get Arabella? Because otherwise you probably would have gotten Hild after failing the pity to 9. Or am I interpreting too much? Oh, no, that was from the standard banner. Oh, so you were hoping against all hope that the standard banner was just going to be so kind to you as to provide you with a Hild because you decided not to summon on the Hild banner? Well, that's ballsy. I hope it pays off. Full scale offensive teams. The first one is Beryl or Shizuru. The second one is Diana or Nightmare or Dreamworld. Diana, Nightmare or Dreamworld deck. And the third one is Arabella or Hild or I guess technically Tressa. You wish you summoned on Adelheid. Adelheid is useful. I mean, it was kind of clear from the get-go that his support was going to end up being useful. Which, well, surprise, it was. But yeah, she's not needed. Hey, another chance. Another Husk event. Good luck on the auto chaoses today. I powered through the first one with Shizuru, Fate, and Nebria, not at all optimal. Yeah, but it gets the job done, right? Like, sometimes you just don't need to fulfill the condition, you just need to win. I scrap pull together to get hit, and I just pulled it from standard, so I'm in an opposite situation with E1 and no partner. I mean, E1 hit is a very nice one. It does add an additional draw on top of the purple card. And a 1-cost draw 4 is a 1-cost draw 4. You were going to skip Adelheid, but then you saw her value for Sortie. A lot of units, a lot of the recent ones have some good Sortie value. Literally almost everyone. You know, that could be true. I obviously wasn't in a situation where I even had to make a decision on that. Because, well, I don't... Okay, well, it's weird to say I can't afford it, but... It would be pretty weird if a character releases and I'm gonna skip them. Right? Like, regardless of what the character ends up doing, regardless of what the character does, it would be very weird if I decide to skip them. Right? Other people can just go ahead and be like, yep, I'm gonna skip them and it's gonna be fine. But, if I were to skip them, it'd probably be a little weird. One morale, one resolve. I mean, it's the right epiphany, just I don't want to divine on it. I haven't been able to catch the stream in a while, but I still watch the videos. Have a great evening. Hey, appreciate it. Thank you very much. If you have every character in the game, if you think about it, every character is going to be a must pull, just so you can keep your collection streak going or what? I mean, you can pause your collection streak for a little, right? The curse of a CC. True, true, true. Oh, you mean if you have every character in the game, if you think about it, every character is going to be a must pull, because for sure you're going to have someone that works well with them. Technically, yeah, technically no, right? If you skip, how am I supposed to know if I should skip? Exactly, right? Like, we need to see how good a character is and what they can do, so that people can make an educated decision on if what they can do is what they want them to do. Or... you know what I mean, right? We understand each other. You understand what I was trying to say. On that note, though, we need an additional epiphany before we make it to the select event. Though it would also be okay to end up having to select Hollow Verdict instead. The game is in a pretty weird position. It's not optimal to get items to get Ara dupes, to use items to get Ara dupes. At the same time, saving them to get dupes for a more OP character would make the game too easy. So what's the point in saving? Either make a character like Ara function better or an already OP character more broken. I mean... who's to say that we don't walk away with Arabella being the strongest unit ever released at the end of the season? Right? That's the crazy thing. Everything can happen, kinda. Oh shit, I should have selected Random Epiphany if that was a chance. Because we might go into the Select Divine event without having a card to select Divine. That could be bad. That'd be such a waste. Scream for me it is then. Swamp a Judgment for Arabella only if you've got big balls or you love Sortie. Right? Like, if... Okay, think about it like this. Is a 6% crit rate chess piece worth to you spending 30 to 40,000 black mass on average on finishing an Arabella deck? Only for the next season to have debuff immune mobs? Nah. There's certain things that just probably won't end up happening regardless, right? Well, it was a vulnerable divine anyway. What do you mean random epiphany for divine epiphany? Wait, I don't know, maybe I was yapping, but what I was looking for is I wanted to get the gold card because we were about to get an event where I can select the gold card specifically to be the one to get the Vita Divine, which gives us the highest chance possible of actually getting a reduced cost, which then allows me to copy that card multiple times and then with minimal effort turn it into a serviceable, powerful, potent deck. I love that there's many iterations of our deck. Yeah, I don't know. Arabella feels like a divine heavy character. Because I don't know how she does it, but she gives me the feeling that she's expensive. Or maybe it's the pressure of trying to figure out a way to combine both an Hild and an Arabella into a deck, and none of them are AP generators. Like, Arabella's just expensive. I don't think there's a better way to say it. Divine? Cost reduction? Attack weakness. I was looking for a simple multi-hit build, but I mean, we have yet to see. I think it was a good choice yesterday, not building the Orlea deck, and in actuality building the building out the cost reduction divines. The one time we actually got it there, it did end up paying dividends in the end. In before Olga ends up being OP. I mean, she's gonna be a psionic. She's going to increase dot damage. She's going to apply Agony and Fracture. She's also going to be able to trigger Agony and Fracture that she herself applies. How many more things will Olga be capable of? But on a serious note, I wouldn't mind. Because, let me once again reiterate. Olga has the best weapon in the entire game. And that is because she has a scythe. Like, I don't really mind. For me, she could also just, I don't know, turn the moon into a sun. I don't really care. She has a fucking scythe. So she basically puts every dodge damage status. I mean, no, she applies Agony. She seems to apply Agony. She seems to apply, I mean, okay, I guess she does every dot, yeah. There's a chance she even applies Scorched. Because somehow Scorched has made it into Arabella's kit as well. But she's flat? Who cares? Also, that's not flat. That's like Hild level in this case here. Like, Arabella is just huge, alright? Arabella is huge, but that doesn't make Olga flat. Comparison is the thief of joy. And I am enjoying every single second of it. Alright, we found a couple of copies of pieces. Let's roll some gear. Wait, she does? She does indeed have a scythe, which is the sickest thing it could have been. Which, well, tough luck. So, oh, you know what? Let's actually roll this one. If this was extra damage, I'd actually consider it. I know I should mark a bunch of these pieces as like ready to be sold. but I don't know. Oh, order with double crit on attack set. It's not the worst thing ever. Defense main, order main, attack main, crit damage but wrong set, defense main, attack main. I mean, it's a goblet, it's not that bad. Crit damage, extra damage, crit chance? No? Okay. Okay. I gotta go through some of these +1s, because not every +1 can actually be worthy of, like, me keeping. Okay, this one is in case we get a defense character. This one is in case we get a passion debuff character. This one is, well, kind of a sick joke. That one's well... I guess one of the reasons why I kept some of these is just because I can't afford to roll them at the moment. Because they could turn out really well, or they could screw me. Which isn't as desirable, you know. I mean, maybe this one... no, it's crit damage main. Could still work. But alright, let's continue. Health main, no. Ego recovery main, no. Ego recovery main, no. Ego recovery main, no. This is the type of goblet that surely rolls crit damage, right? What be the thoughts on obtainable save data with Chris? There are some of them that are actually worth it, and some of them that should only be used as inspiration. And we'll obviously do the test. We'll obviously do the test if instinct damage actually works. Like, we will just verify it for ourselves, you know, two-factor authentication. But yeah, we'll get back to that piece. Not to worry. Health main, crit chance main, ego recovery main, order main, crit damage main. Maybe on the condition. No, it doesn't have a crit chance subset though. Attack main. Okay. Imagine I labeled the goblet as junk and it's now gone. That wasn't very successful. Oh yeah, let me dedicate craft. Crit chance, main stat, 4 times. Right? Okay, which one of my Arabella pieces is the most lacking on the right side? It is technically the goblet. Do we... Well, dedicate crafting a goblet only makes sense when we fail. That is upgrading the goblet to begin with, right? Okay, let's do our upgrading and see where we stand, right? Let's start with this one, then do that one. Let's do this one first. We're running out of money. Okay. So, here we're obviously looking for damage over time. Can we get it? No. Well, I don't know if this could still turn into anything useful. I don't know. We're gonna pause that project for now. Alright, gentlemen. The only stat that's missing on this piece is crit damage. Attack percentage, second best. Now, the dream would obviously be as much damage over time as possible. Do we all in or one by one? All in or one by one? One for all in, two for one by one. One for all in, two for one by one. All in, all in, all in, all in. One, let it ride. Alright. I won't look at the piece. I'll only look at chat. And y'all tell me if it was a good idea, okay? I won't look at the piece. I just upgrade and y'all let me know. Alright, let me know. I see the chat. I don't know what happened. Let me know. Crush my dreams. Or whatever you need to do. It's good. Holy. W. Very good. Pog. Holy. Not bad. Holy moly. Let's go. Pretty good. Pretty good. Sick. Acceptable. Du bist gut genug. Amazing. Not bad. Streamer luck. Good. Good enough. Why did I get enlightened? I don't know. But we're getting enlightened. We have a almost max... Oh, we hit a 2%, right, on crit rate? So we have an almost max roll on crit chance. Damage over time at +3 at a max roll of 3.4 would be at max at 10.2, so 8.6 out of 10.2. It's gonna enlighten us at some point. So, yeah, that is very successful, I'd say. That looks very successful. Okay. Nice. So, yeah, let's... I promise you we're gonna do the test ourselves, so let's do it, right? Let's get it done. Now that we have a piece that's actually this potent, technically there'd be an easy way to find it out. But no, we're just gonna go the extreme, right? So, to easily determine by our saves and for our saves if it does or doesn't work, right, the solution is very simple. First, we need to find someone to hold onto Arabella's gear while we do this. And for that, we're going to enlist the help of Tressa. Tressa is going to hold onto our gear while we figure this out. Sanguine Thorn and crit damage set. So, equip. 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 And equip. Now the next step is to give her a singular piece of instinct percentage that does fuck all. We want an instinct percentage damage piece that has no offensive stats. Well, you would be right in wondering why would I keep a piece like this on my account. That is true. We have this one, which is only gonna give us a damage over time increase of 2.8%. Which is tiny. So instinct damage amount. This one. Then we are also going to remove the partner. Because attack percent is going to push us above the threshold, giving us more instinct percentage. Well, no, it doesn't matter. It's going to be the difference between... Well, whatever. Our stats are about as low as they're going to go. Then... Yeah, we're just going to have a very simple test, right? We have the goblet equipped. It has like 2.8% damage over time, which is basically nothing. And now look. We're going to auto-apply 6 stacks of fracture. And the only thing we're going to do is end our turn. 365. Now we're going to remove the goblet and see how far in damage we drop. Or we could have done it the other way around and see how far in damage we increase. But 365 is the baseline. Alright. That was a crit. But you saw the crit at 220. And we still have a crit damage. Okay, we have a crit damage of 137%. I mean, 25% on 420 doesn't seem like it should be that low, though. We'll see. Yeah, we're obviously going to try to not crit, preferably. So. Seriously? Twice in a row? I think our crit chance is like tops 15%. It's not that high. Our crit chance really is not that high. $306. Now you tell me, gentlemen. Do we believe that a 2.8% damage over time increase equals 306 going to 329? I don't know, but we have a better way to actually mathematically test it, and that is by going on a search. We want to find a piece that has no offensive stats outside of like around... Ah, there we go. It has around 3% damage over time. It's basically the same piece with pretty much the same increase. So, if the damage is higher than 325, then it indeed does not worky right now. $316. Gentlemen, I demand an explanation. I demand an explanation. Our damage over time stat was higher. Our damage over time was lower. Dear Council, I demand an explanation. We went up in damage over time, down in instinct damage, and our fracture damage went down. Huh? 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 So, I don't know if you'd like to hear it, but there's only one way that is to be explained. It does work. Like, what other way is there to explain it? No set effect, no crits, higher damage over time stat, less damage. Explain that, math people. I mean, let's once again put the facts on the table, right? We had, just so we're all on the same page, we compared two pieces. One of them had damage over time at 3.1%. The other one had damage over time at 2.8%. But the damage over time with 3.1% was lower than the damage over time at 2.8%. Huh? Yeah, and we had a dot substat in both cases. This dot substat is higher than this one, but our damage with this one is higher than with this one. So the only explanation would have to be instinct damage does apply. No? Because if the only difference between these two pieces is that this piece is supposed to do more damage and this piece is supposed to do less, but it does more, then it does apply. Big unga bunga simple math. Kind of. No? See, this is where the problem comes in. If I were now to... I mean, now I'd have to try to find an attack percentage goblet with a similar stat line. I do have one. Kind of. Let's see. Sure. Like, it seems to apply, just not as well, maybe? I mean, this one doesn't count because it has 15 attack. This one wouldn't count because it has too much damage over time, too much attack. This one doesn't count because it has attack flat. This one doesn't count because it has attack. This one doesn't count because it doesn't have damage over time. This one doesn't have damage over time, doesn't have a... I only have a singular attack goblet that has damage over time, so... Well, like, regardless of anything, we can go back in, right? If this damage is higher than 316, then instinct damage must apply. Unless for whatever reason the right guy takes more fracture damage than the left one. $415. Gentlemen, we're not going down. Now, how do we get to 415? That's the real question. But yeah, well, oh, you know, it's even bigger. I think I know what happened to someone. You know what? You know what probably cursed someone? Look at this effect. Remember what this said? I think there's a good chance that this happened. Increased damage amount of fracture inflicted by Arabella by 20%. Right? If we recall back to the stream, you see a 1-to-1 that's gonna make it even clearer that instinct damage over time actually does apply. And that's why we are the detective. I don't know. We could still be wrong, but I don't think so. Not anymore. Any second now. Any second now. There we go. So, the benefits of being live. You can pretend you're not delusional sometimes. Okay, let me actually use the forum, like the actual like live stream forum, because that's usually a little quicker than watching it on YouTube. Okay. So, ignore the double WG. It is what it is, okay? I think it was like a minute or so ago. A bit longer than that, actually. So. We have the piece. We go in. We apply. And now this guy's gonna get fractured, right? For 316. But the reason why this is 316 is because it didn't hit the guy that had fracture amplification. But the more important part is the one before that didn't either. The one where we used the goblet. So look at this. This is the goblet. Fracture amplification on the right guy. This one on the left. Remember, the one where, like, if this number is higher than 316, then instinct damage does apply. Well, obviously this is, okay, this is the crit tests. It was a little ago. Well, like, I get, fucking hell. Man, we spent so much time on just trying to get these crits right, huh? Okay, let's just do it again. Right, let's just do it again. Fuck it, okay? Let's do it again. So, super simple scenario. We'll leave no doubt. We're going to take one or both numbers, I don't care. We go in with the goblet. The goblet has 2.8% damage over time. No attack, no crit damage, no nothing. We're not even gonna crit, right? First number. It is a fracture on the target that doesn't have amplification. 365. Right? Fracture on the one that does not have amplification. 365. You saw it, I saw it, we all saw it. Write it down. Somebody write 365 in chat just in case. Instinct goblet. No fracture amplification. 365. Right? 365 no amp for instinct damage. Instinct no amp 365. Now instinct with amp. Instinct with amp. And a crit. That's unlucky. But sure, if you want to write it down, instinct crits, if the same thing happens, well, we could also compare those numbers. But yeah, a year also works. So now we need to wait until we get it on the amplification again. There we go. On the amplification. Bam, boom, number 415. Somebody write down 415. Okay? 365 no amp, 415 amp. That is for instinct damage. Now, instinct damage is the only thing that's gonna benefit here. The only way instinct damage does not apply is if our damage goes higher. If our damage goes lower, then it must apply. See if we can find the piece. I mean, this one would work, right? Like, so long as we don't crit. But I think we used a different one. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So long as we don't crit, this is no extra damage. So, if it does not beat 365 or 415, instinct damage must apply. So, first test. On the target without amplification. 315. You tell me if 315 is lower than 365. You know, shout it for the ones in the back. Is 315 lower than 365? Yes or no? Oh, it's even the matching stat, right? Because it's 2.8 to 2.8. We aren't even... Yeah, it's even the same stat. It is the same instinct damage percentage, right? 2.8, it was to 2.8. Call me that I'm crazy, right? Tell me that I'm crazy. It was 2.8 to 2.8. I'm just going to search again, but this is exactly the same damage over time stat. 2.8 to 2.8. Right? It's the same fucking thing, and damage is lower. So, easy fucking solution. Just in case, we're gonna amp it. And you're gonna see. Try with attack, Gobby. Well, there's no point. Because, okay, with amp, everything's equal. Same damage over time. If instinct doesn't apply, this damage is supposed to be equal. Is it though? 358. How is 358 and 415 the same? Huh? So, like, what other choice is there than instinct damage applying to fracture? There is no other choice. Whoever tested it must have checked the numbers on amp and no amp. Probably on amp versus no amp. Right? Like, there ain't no way that 365 and 415 is 315 and 358. Could I try with another element percentage? I'm gonna try and see if I have a different elemental percentage with a 2.8% damage, like a 1 roll of damage over time. Alright, sure. Just, this is 5.7. Well, I mean, this would be the final nail in the coffin, right? If a 5.7 would end up being lower. So it doesn't even have to be the same number. It just has to be in the same universe, right? But we just have to make sure it doesn't have any, like, attack. Passion damage. Passion damage, 2.9, crit damage and extra damage. But the problem is it's an unupgraded goblet, right? That's the thing where people are then gonna, like, get pissy. I mean, well, it doesn't matter. See, 5.6. If this doesn't end up higher, then instinct has to apply. It's the same fucking piece. It has more damage over time. Right? Though there's still a chance that attack just scales better with it. But saying that it doesn't apply just can't be the truth, right? Instinct doesn't apply in fracture. See, that's what you would like to see. That's what you were led to believe. But you've been fed lies by Kaguya Pharmaceutical. But alright, let's check again. Higher damage over time stat. If instinct doesn't apply, this number should be higher than 365. 323. Explain that. Huh? Like, I hate the fact that Pridewind can say it doesn't apply and all of a sudden it's the unequivalent truth and nothing but the truth. How does that work? Also, she gets instinct percentage increase from her potential. So, wouldn't it be a little stupid if it wasn't gonna apply? But yeah. Well, it does apply. There is no other way around it. There is no other factor. It has to apply. So it does. So fuck everybody that said it doesn't. How about that? Exactly. Fuck Kaguya Pharmaceutical. Think it just didn't apply before her patch? Well, regardless of it, that means the truth has changed. Let's see if there was an announcement about it. Because I told you earlier today that at least within the week, even if it wasn't gonna apply, it was fixed. But I don't see a patch. I mean, let's see. Known issues. Data mission, films. No, nothing about it being changed. So nothing changed. Exactly. Agony even scales with void damage. It should work. It does apply, but does attack percent do better? Well, that's an unfair comparison. We can't make the comparison with just one goblet. Because the only thing it would tell you is if a character doesn't have any attack, getting more attack is gonna make you deal more damage. The only way we could fully test this if we were to create the exact same stat line on an instinct and on an attack build. And making that happen is pretty fucking difficult. I mean, should we really try? Then I shall, right? If you really think you need like another, we need like another Intel, sure. All right, let's try, but I can't guarantee success. And that's because I have to swap multiple pieces with multiple values. And that's not as easy. Okay. 45.3 on 185 on 56. Let me get the partner as well. I need, can somebody note down a couple of these numbers here? Can somebody note down 45.3? Okay, do it in this order. 56, 185, 45. 56, 185, 45. Thank you very much. So let me now swap the pieces and see if we get close. Okay, we are having 57, 184, 45.3. That is pretty spot on, no? Like, we have like a 1% damage in, yeah, like a 1% difference in crit damage, 3% in crit rate, but it doesn't matter. And damage over time should be exactly equal. Right? So that means Fracture's Instinct Dodging will always be part of Instinct Combatants? No. Wanna know why? Because Agony scales off of Void damage, and Void damage is part of Tressa, but it also is on Arabella. We're testing a common misconception. So, according to everything that makes sense, these should be comparable. The only thing that could differ is the amount of like attack flat. That's the problem. I can't guarantee the same amount of attack flat between them. Right? I just can't guarantee the same amount of attack flat between them. There's probably going to be like a 15 attack flat difference. But it should give us a similar number, regardless, right? Alright. So. Boom. Bam. Bop. Boom. Okay. We once again get both numbers, maybe even for crit or non-crits, whatever it takes. So. 6 stacks of Fracture. Everything else the same. No amp, okay? Fracture, no amp, 6 stacks. 1125. So, no amp Fracture, 1125. Also no crit, right? No amp, no crit. No amp, no crit. Let's see. The next one is gonna be amp. No crit. Amp, no crit, 1280. Okay, now that we have 2 no crit numbers, we just need to watch the next no crit. So, 1280. And now we just need to redo and undo and overdo the entire build. Which was this one. And this one. And now we should be back. 45.3. 56.4, 185.8. And we aren't even counting a crit, so this should be about as almost as close to a raw comparison as you're gonna get. So, no amp, the all-deciding hit. Is it gonna be equivalent to 1125, or is it gonna be lower? Let's once again check, just for reference. We increased our instinct damage percentage. 2000 on a crit. Well, we can't count a crit. Though at 184%, the base must be something like... It can't be 1000, because otherwise we'd be at 18. So it must be like close to 1125. But alright, a amped non-crit, please. 2278. Which, again, 1.280 at around 1.84 multiply. I mean, okay, sure. Just in case, because I already did the head math. What do we say? 1280 times 1.85. 2368. Well, let's actually get a non-crit number then. Let's get a non-crit number. Getting no crit actually have a lowest chance. That's true, but it's gonna happen eventually, right? So, no amp. It's gonna happen eventually. One 126. No, 1226, right? But was it on amp or no? It was on amp, right? No amp. Because it doesn't swap, or does it swap? It does swap at start of turn. So it was lower, right? But not by that much. I think, right? It was 1226 on amp, right? Yeah, 1226 on amp. Let's see. So once again, amp 2276. But I mean, we can obviously just We can obviously just test the same and just run it again on crit. But I mean, the 15 flat attack, they shouldn't matter, right? Like 15 flat attack shouldn't matter. I mean, let me check again. 57, 184, 45.3. So that's like same. Alright, let's see. I mean, the next thing you could complain about is potentially the absence or having of an attack percentage increase on gear. I don't know. 2077. Does anybody remember what a crit looked like no amp for the second build? I think it was like 50 higher, right? Come on, give me an amp crit. 2002, yeah, so it's 75 higher. But that still doesn't mean that it doesn't scale with it, just that in our situation, I guess you could say it scales with it worse. I mean, it doesn't mean it doesn't scale with it, right? But, I mean, I think that's most of the differences, right? I mean, we can have a look at the gear, and we do have an attack percentage on pulsating egg. But, you know, I'm not that deep into the math to give you the, like, exact application, but it has to apply. Like, at minimum, it has to apply. Regardless of anything. Right? Regardless of anything, it has to apply. Like, it cannot not apply. So if the build before was my baseline, because the build before is what I was using, and now I have better substats. Okay, simple scenario, right? The build I was using before was my old build, doing the crit numbers, right? The higher crit numbers came from my build that I was using. Now I'm swapping the goblet for something that has better subs. Does that increase our damage more than the lack of the main stat? Right? That's the simple question. Are we gonna see a higher number? Because if we do, then that means for me, using this shit is gonna give me more damage. Right? So let's see. Can we crit?
飴じゃないけれどあげおだ悪くないわね
1169.
ゾン悪くないわね
It is higher than 1125.
終わり
But is it high enough? Did we discover a better deck than yesterday's yet? Oh, we didn't really get to build a deck somehow. Yeah, better subs is 169, no crit, no amp. Man, these fucking numbers. We should probably just fucking write them down in a list. Like at this point. But 2098. 2098 on an amp crit. And the other one was doing 2077 on a non-amp. No, it was a non-amp crit. So it's more, right? No, fuck. Well, I hate the fact that amp swaps over. But it must have been, yeah, it could have also been on the left guy before. Well, that's stupid. I hate it. But yeah. Was it no amp? Then it must have been higher, right? It's so hard to say because the amp, it jumps between turns. So this is again going to be no amp, no crit. No amp, no crit. Yay! This is misery. No amp crit at 298, so it should be fucking higher. Right? Better subs on instinct are more damage than the subs I had before on my attack goblet. Which means for me, and in this scenario, attack goblet is worse. Huh? That's the main part, right? Like, I was not running, like, this was the build I was running yesterday. This goblet. Right, like, build 2 was this goblet. Combined with this bottom piece. Giving me my stat line at 1065, 75, 184, 453. So, getting rid of the attack gave me more damage. Simple. I have better subs and I get more damage. That's something I can get behind. I'll be honest though, this is a pretty monstrous stat line. Like 909 attack on an instinct goblet, on 54.9, on 180, on like the damage over time. We somehow weaseled our way into good damage over time stats. It all started with this piece yesterday. It all started with this piece. We have some good pieces. Like, there is no two ways about it. We have some good pieces. Right? Like this one's hard to replace. Has crit, has damage over time. This one has 2 damage over time and then 2 rolls we don't care about, but hey. I mean, let me just see. Last chance for this piece. Is it gonna go damage out? Nah, it's not. What is it? Wait. 9.1, 6.3, 1.8, 1.8. It doesn't have crit damage though. So this is like almost perfect, right? We have a damage over time, we have crit damage, we have crit chance. Here we have crit chance, crit damage, attack. Crit chance, damage over time, 5.6 versus 5.8. 4.6, ooh, versus 4.4. But then an attack roll. This has 9.2. But we lose 4% crit chance. It's kind of hefty. 5.7. 5.8. 4.5. 4.4. So what's the weakest link? 9%, 9%, 9%, 12%, 9%, 8%, 6%. But like, this has 3 successful rolls, 4 successful rolls, 4 successful rolls, 3, I guess 2 successful rolls, 4 successful rolls. So both of these have like 2 successful rolls. And if I were to use crafting materials on anything, I don't think you can ever go wrong crafting crit percent main crit damage necklaces. Like, legit, if there's one piece in this game that's almost evergreen, it's crafting crit chance main stat crit damage set necklaces. Could be good for a different character. It does have damage over time. It does have damage over time, and this might roll damage over time. You know, like, most likely the first one's gonna get sold, but you never know, right? You don't want to judge too early. Because all it takes is just some ridiculous luck. Well, we still have 3 more hopefuls. Specifically this one. This one has a lot of potential, depending on what comes next. This one just lost a bunch of potential, but it still has crit damage. Yeah, okay. Alright. It doesn't matter. We're searching for damage over time anyway. So this might just get like crit damage sub. Defense, I mean, this is rough, right? Like, we are only really looking for one stat. It wasn't defense if the game wasn't aware. Huh. Okay. And now for like the ugly child. We almost aborted it upon finding it. Still a good chance to get, I don't know, the attack flat, attack percentage, crit damage. Now, this could be a hero story about how one's birth doesn't determine one's final potential. How your lot in life can be fixed with hard work and dedication. The only thing we need to do is at minimum hit a 1 in 25 or a 1 in 4. Or not a 1 in 25, a 25 in 100 or a 1 in 4 3 times in a row. How hard could that be? I'm pretty sure you're sure about the percentages. Yeah, that's true. But no. This is gonna this is gonna get like watch this damage over time. Now, some people might tell you that you're washed or that your time is over. But you can always push through with hard work and again dedication. The only thing you need to do is really like get your shit together. Though there is these cases where you just have to admit it is hopeless. And you are better off cutting off the tumor before it starts growing. That it just, you know, sometimes in life you need to know when to stop. And that was one such occasion, because holy fucking shit. This piece on the other hand, I don't even want to roll it. This piece is going to spite me. It's going to get like 50% extra damage. Why did I save this piece? What is this piece? Why do you exist? Why are you on my account? How did you get here? I mean, I could see why I have you. You I don't understand. Well, I don't know about you. I mean, I think I just kept these pieces to like build some sets with it, but I think I should be past that point. That's cool. That's sweet. Health scalers. I'm gonna regret the day they release an health scaler. We are all gonna regret the day they release an health scaler. It's gonna be the greatest misery on the planet Earth if they release a health scaler. Do you hear the beat of happiness? Of freedom? Of adventure? Of serenity? There's nothing that can go wrong. We're about to create a masterpiece. I thought maybe we could buy one. But seasonal shop, right? Let's see. Bought it already. Didn't buy it yet. Remember, I told you it was gonna be a masterpiece. Unlucky. Cooked. Well, it wasn't meant to be. Sometimes the little ugly duckling in fact turns out to be an ugly little duckling. There is no transformation. There is no fairy tale ending. Sometimes a failure is and stays a failure. Terrible, terrible times, but what can you do? There is the cause of nature. Well, I do believe we can't get any more gear upgrades. I mean, we already got a gear upgrade today, so like... I mean, I can once again check if like I have any pieces, but I do believe I should be aware of all the like damage over time pieces in my account, and none of them speak of any more magic horizon changes. Yeah. So final verdict is I was able to increase my Arabella's damage. Now, it is interesting. We did lose like 3% crit and 5% crit damage along the way, but that is okay. Because remember, we can get a bunch of fucking crit rate if we need it, crit damage if we need it. You feel inspired, you should. But yeah, here, if you want my playlist, this is my playlist that I have running 24/7. It's For Those Departed, into Cobalt Heart, into Miracle of Dreams, into Galaxy Melody, into Shared Dream. How much the dot? Well, the dot is very juicy. The dot is close to a 8 point something% average across all pieces. We are looking at a comfortable 53.9. So we're looking at a well, I want to get it exact, so I don't really want to do head math. So 53.9 divided by 6, 8.98333% on average. How much do you want? I'd aim for like a comfortable 20% baseline. 30 is sweet, 40 is awesome, everything above that is kinda disgusting. Is dot better or crit damage since Fracture can crit? Crit damage is less valuable in my opinion due to the amount of crit damage Sanguine Thorn and Executioner's Tool already provide. Right? Like look, you get 65% crit damage to dots from just the set effect. Which means we are at 255.5%. No, 254.5% crit damage. Huh? 53? 44? 44. Well, enough of that. We had a lot of crit damage. You put 55 on yours? That's sweet. Yeah, I mean, I've seen people running around with like 65% extra damage, which is the same thing and just a bit more impressive as well. You first have to upgrade the environment to upgrade of the season to unlock the Avrak encounter. Indeed. Yours is 44.8, but what about your crit rate and crit damage? Alright, that's the big one. What about your crit rate and crit damage? Because I do like the fact that, for example, here we have a crit rate roll. Wait, this one's a scam, but here we also have I guess 2 crit rate rolls. Unfortunately, it's a little low though. Here we have a crit rate roll, and even here we have a crit rate roll. But I guess this one's like the biggest fraud. In terms of like, yeah, in terms of useful substats, these two are the biggest frauds. Because one of them goes into defense, but that's not that bad. But like, it's this ego recovery +1 that bugs me. Yours only a baby at 35. 35 is sweet. 55 dot, 5200, 2-2 set. Ah, 2-2 set though. Which means you could just end up picking from whatever you want, right? So the difference between me and you is, well, 12% attack and 65% crit. No, 12% attack and 40% crit, I guess. You have 12% attack, I got 40% crit. Ja. I mean, if I was just trying to go for like the highest, then I have some really sweet one-off pieces lying around. Or I guess I have like one of them. Mainly this key at 11.3 on 3%. Or I guess this spear here at 11.7 on, yeah, 11.7%. I mean, this one has 8.5, 5.8, 9.1, 9. Crit damage. I mean, this one's kind of cool as well, like 11.9 extra. But yeah, if it came to just raw, let's just pretend these pieces were part of a set. Let's just for a moment pretend these pieces were part of a set. How high would I go? Just up by 6. Or not even. 5.1%. It's not that big of a difference. And obviously they're not part of a set. So... Oh, and we're losing a bunch of crit damage. But that's because we ruined the set, so I guess it doesn't count. But yeah, the only two failed rolls in my opinion are this one ego recovery and this one defense here. All the other ones are like explainable. And then if we talk about like second tier failures, it would be this attack roll, this attack roll, this attack roll. Yeah, but these three are basically perfect. Even this would be perfect, technically, but it has like a low damage over time, high crit damage. What's the math on the crit damage here? 3%, 9%, 1. Oh, this is really close to the maximum though. Like 10% crit damage in +2. You can only get... No, crit damage goes to 4%. Damage over time only goes to 3.4, so it's 10% out of 12%. It's not that great. So yeah. Like this piece is sickly sweet. This piece is sickly sweet. And this piece is pretty sweet. But besides, if you want to find a point of contention, it's the fucking crit chance here. But yeah. Can I pick your brain on a deck? Got perfect equipments to post it on the Discord. Sure. Did you ping me in it? Because otherwise I might need to search for a while. Just ping me. Alright, alright. It's close to perfect equipments, yes. The only point of complaint, I guess, would be that it's a single target focused deck on an AoE focused ring. But regardless of what it is, 2% crit plus 20% flat should be better than 25% flat. So, what do we have? We have the multi-fracture hit. Then triple draw card of this unit with reduced cost. Okay, double reduced cost. I hate this scream for me. Yeah. I hate the Scream for me. I'd probably change this one into yeah, let me see. You have +6, great. You have triple deck. Okay, this one needs to go. This one needs to okay. Okay, yeah. This one needs to divine. This one needs to divine to cost reduction and needs to become the apply 2 fracture per hit. Or you need to cut it and duplicate the top one, the Hollow Verdict. And you need to change the Epiphany of Scream for me. Scream for me needs to become either the draw 2, which is a lot of draw, or the apply 9 fracture to single target. And either you duplicate the Hollow Verdict after deleting Sadistic Restraint, or you need to divine Sadistic Restraint into cost reduction. You have an imbalance between the amount of fracture triggers you have versus the amount of fracture you inflict. You have 8 triggers, but you only inflict 10 and then duplicate that 10 single time. No Crown of Verdant Rip. I mean, it's from the seasonal planet. Right? Like, what do you want to do there? He still has Cthulhu Gun, and he still has a good ring, and he still has the divines that are pretty hard to get. Could you show your bid on flags? Post it. Let's see. Ooh, somebody got rank 4. 9:32 p.m. Ooh. Sheesh. Bing, bing, bong, bong. Bing, 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 bong, bong. Bing, bong, bong. Bing, 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 bing. Ah, seasonal save data bonus, combatant bonus. Ah, no wonder it went from 1.2 to... Well, that's hard to beat. Imagine if you have to get a 1.4 million score without seasonal save data and without using Arabella and Hild. That's a tough one. Hey, could be worth a non-fracture deck like this paired with Cassius for Morale build and Hild with the draw 2 lead build. I mean, I wanted to build a multi-hit today, we just didn't get to it. Oh, I need to look at your substats. Alright, I'll do that in a second. Let me just quickly check out what this guy wants me to have a look at. Nah. If you want to do multi-hit Cassius, you would do it similar to... Like, if you want to do like a proper deck alongside of a Cassius, I kind of feel like you don't go with the 50 multi. Instead, yeah, this deck. Pretty much close to this deck, where you have... Well, it doesn't matter if this card is the one that's cost reduced. But you have Fracture Amplification, Explosion, 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 and then hits... plus additional hits per fracture that was activated. Though even here there might be an imbalance because we're obviously not generating that many fracture stacks in the first place. So it could actually end up being more damage. But no, the more important part is, well, you probably really want this one. Because this one goes all the way up to a 6-hitter. Which means maximum morale / weakness, fortitude, whatever the fuck benefit. Scoreboard updated, by the way. I can check your decks. Okay. Sculpture Flex channel. Ay. Okay. Wait, what am I looking at? I mean, let's see. 49 on 172 on 50C is 7.3. I like the extra damage. I like the 16.6. What the fuck? Why do you have Ego Recovery so high? Wait, do you have an Ego Recovery main stat on here? You do. Don't do that. I like that you try to go as high as possible in damage over time, but it's not worth running Ego Recovery on the bottom right slot. I don't know how you ended up in this situation, but change that. Ego Recovery main stat, huh? I was wondering how my guy... See, the numbers didn't add up. How can you have 144... how can you have 44 eagle recovery, 57 damage over time, 16 extra damage? So yeah. Is that by mistake? No trouble. All good, man. All good. You said it's in here. Oh, it's the same thing. Alright, all good. Have you been updates to a fracture build in your first Arabella video? Just build it with gun crown and the half attack wheel. Ooh, that's sweet. Which exact fracture build? The fracture trigger? Team fracture? Second one. Team fracture? Because I did start with fracture trigger and then said team fracture. What, this one I'm hovering. Oh, this one. Well, I'm still not entirely 100% sure which count is better, right? If it's like, because this deck triggers 4 times, but just swapping one of these epiphanies over to trigger twice, or swapping, yeah, maybe like probably something like this here would also just end up working, right? Where you do draw 1. So this would be a 6 trigger. I think both 4 and 6 trigger have their own potential. Because in one, you're going to trigger from 30 down. And in the other, you're just going to trigger from like 15 down. But I guess probably like this. No fracture trigger. I mean, this is fracture trigger. But team fracture, you mean? Well, team fracture, I don't think anything much changed. Wait, is this even still team fracture? No. Ah, this is the deck I built yesterday. Because you were asking about my first Arabella video. Now, this is the build I built yesterday to show some people how a vulnerable multi-giga fracture explosion deck alongside Orlea would look like. Been a year or more since subscribing, but it's the first time you notice the Discord channel. See, that's the thing, I never shouted out. I never, like, when people search for the Discord, they find it. It's always been in the description of every single video and every single stream. Below the straightforward dot. That's always the way I had it, right? Like, it's always been straightforward, then a space, and then it's a Discord and a Twitch link. Right? Why? Well, I don't know. I'm good at yapping and I have my ideas for the videos and I like to just get into the flow of things and connect things so that they make sense in one piece rather than, I guess, stop in the middle and be like, well, Discord below. But maybe I should. But also, I didn't think I was going to need that many more people. I mean, okay, maybe I should be trying to get more people, but let me see. We currently have... I mean, let me see how many members we have with the roles. Server settings, roles. We have 4,540 people with the CZN role on the server. I mean, that is less than a sixth of our sub count, but... Well, I don't know. I think 4,540 people is a lot of people. Besides the official CZN Discord, probably the highest congregation of CZN enthusiasts. You just joined? Well, there you go. Yeah, it only comes down to 51 when we switch to attack. Yeah, but the attack goes up way higher. No, I was saying I wanted to see the fracture trigger. I'm also in team fracture though. Well, Google Doc. I still have all the relevant decks in the Google Docs. And if I made any changes, well, you'll find most of them in there. Or basically all of them, right? Though, let me check how... Maybe I need to update one of them. so many decks. Like, look at how many decks we have in Arabella. We have multi-fracture trigger, the multi-hit build that's pretty safe, the team fracture, the hilt deck for Ara, the Arabella Mega Fracture Big Boom team, featuring a draw and zero cost version, featuring a vulnerable version, featuring the Olea deck, featuring Veronica deck. I mean, let's see, what kind of deck do we currently have under Fracture Multi-Trigger? No, this is pretty close to what I'd still I mean, it might be off by one epiphany. And that is Sadistic Restraint, not adding Fracture, but rather exploding it. I mean, you could cut out of Unmaking. That is true. Right, like, usually people would probably end up cutting it. But, like, I don't know. I also feel bad about the card, you know? Like, I know it's just a one-cost card that adds, like, 10,000 damage. But I feel bad for it. Just hit 970k on the Rift with just hit. No, Arabella almost got 1 mil but misplaced on last turn. Sad. Aww. Do I think Instinct is better than a 25% attack damage percent? I don't know. Yeah, we check out your Grave Drift deck. No trouble. Could give me a bit of an idea of, well, what it takes, right? So let's see. Great Rift, you're rank 4, right? So yeah, Gurrible. Horror is already at 1.5, the Mad Lad. Let me just quickly check the values of his Arabella. Ooh, he doesn't have an E6 Arabella. That's surprising. Might be an E6 hilt though. Probably. And it might at least be like an E1 Adelheid. He does? No, he can't. Look at the percentage. 72%. If he had an E6 Arabella, we wouldn't have the same percentage. He cannot have an E6 Arabella. Because he would get the E5 adding 6% multi. Yeah, sure, he has E6 Adel, but like it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be E6 Arabella though, because we are on the same percentage. It's the same percentage. 72%. I mean, maybe they don't show that anymore, but they always used to show it on Great Rift, which was how you were able to tell. I mean, let me see if I can find somebody who's higher. 72. 72. Well, maybe they don't show it no more. That'd be sad. Gerbe, do you have E6? Or do you have like... Do you have E6, yes or no? Because if you do and it still shows 72, then well, we can't tell like that no more. They changed it? You do have E6 and it still shows 72. Alright, so then that's impossible to tell, huh? Okay, let's see what you did. So you obviously picked the AoE version. You also picked the highest target fracture version. You picked the 80% version, which is the most safe in terms of adding damage amount. You also have the 72 AoE activation version 3 times with reduced cost, 1 times with vulnerable. You probably use the vulnerable whenever you start at 30 stacks. You also have the multi-hit and double activation that you probably end up using on the, I don't know, I guess the boss. You did keep in the Art of Unmaking. You do have Enhanced Attack. You do have Pulsating Egg. Sneering Dagger. Sneering Dagger. Sneering Dagger. Sneering Dagger. Not a terrible idea. Enhanced card damage amount. Oh, you know what I'm really curious about? Is there a better mutation for a deck for Arabella than attack percentage? Okay, attack percentage is obviously good. Damage amount of cards, you don't care. Heal amount, you don't care. Damage amount to attack cards, morale, fixed damage, haste, damage of exhaust, damage of cards created, fixed, exhausted, next attack card. It's probably vulnerable crit, right? The only other one. This one? Vulnerable crit? It's probably vulnerable crit. It's really good. The minions respawn are coped out on attack 4. Understandably so. Oh! We found one! Shuffle enhanced damage amount. Shuffle enhanced damage amount. It's multiplicative damage amount increase for the entire unit. So, it's crit against vulnerable, attack percent, shuffle, and then the tiny one. I just want my own flowers a little, because this one also does work. Upgrade card level 4 plus 60 damage shield gain and heal amounts of this unit for 1 turn. So this technically also works, which makes me not feel as bad about level 1. 1 in 500. This unit, yeah, but what do I care about this unit? What do you mean, this unit? Yeah, and? Yeah, obviously damage amount of this unit. But like, how is that relevant? Obviously, we want the percentage increase on Arabella for fracture. I'm just looking for fracture damage. Who is the third person I should use with the team of a Hild and an Arabella until an Olga comes out? If you can build an AP positive Hild, you can run an Orlea. But otherwise, just run like a Naja, Typhara, Mika, like anything to just afford the AP of the other two. You're not shuffling with Ara. No, shuffling means when you play your entire deck in a turn, next turn you shuffle. Right? Shuffling just means either you force it or you play your entire deck. And I would believe that we are at the point where we draw our entire deck, we play our entire deck. Which means starting from turn 2, we get a 30% multiplicative increase to fracture damage. Right? Like on shuffle just means that at the start of your turn, you shuffled your draw pile, your discard pile, yeah, you just, well, shuffled your discard pile. You know the fuck I mean. Your draw pile is empty, which leads to a shuffle. Right? If your draw pile is empty at the start of your turn, you will shuffle, leading to the enhanced damage amount increase. So it's a casual 3%, which makes it a 1 in 33. First one would be semi-optimal anyway, regardless of upgrade. Yeah. But no, I mean... So, okay, let's see. Let's have a look at the total percentage, right? It's like 3%. Attack is like... Attack is a lot more likely, though. 2.2, so like 2.28, so it's like 10%, so it's like 13%. And then a 2.2, so 15% chance to get one of the good ones. Though, to be fair, what's stronger? 15% multiplicative? Like, let's say you hit 15% multi. Would you rather take 15% multi or fucking 16% attack? Unfortunately, I think the answer is easy. Man, what's this? Like 300 people? I mean, a bunch of people, they just like to listen in the background, or they have to go to sleep, or I don't know. I mean, we've been mainly discussing, like... We haven't really been doing much of the gameplay side of things, right? We've maybe been gambling a couple gear pieces, yapping about it, like instinct damage and whatnot, right? Like, that's fine. Exactly, see? People are playing the game themselves, right? They're just enjoying. They're trying to pick up some passive information so that they can make their Arabella journey better. Like, it's alright. And also, I mean, there's still people chilling over, like, Twitch, man. If Twitch wants to, the entire chat is full. If Twitch doesn't want to, you could pretend they're not there. Like, the real lurkers are everybody in Twitch. Big love out to them, man. Like, when they decide to come out, they come out. When not, you don't see them. That's entirely their own prerogative. Just curious. Yeah, see, I love lurking. There you go, right? If they really wanted to, you'd see a bunch of special signs. See, there you go, right? There's a bunch of people. There's also a problem. I've been here since the start in lurking. Lurking. See, there you go. There's a bunch of people just chilling around, just having a good time. Just land Arabella and they'll all show up. Exactly. What's going on? Went to the shitter for like 30 minutes, right? There you go. See, another lurker, right? We found them. You've poked the bear. Now everybody wants to tell you that you shouldn't have touched them. Got called, yeah. I just subbed and I'm also a lurker. Did I fucking miss it? Oh, 2 hours ago. I'm so sorry, my guy. And also 3 hours ago from Jack Nakasano. Hey, I don't know where my head was. Appreciate you. Pankon Lomo. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the prime, man. I'm sorry I missed it. Oh, I think I turned off the overlay because I had to record a video. Fuck. No one. I'm sorry, my fault. I want to see the upgraded gear. Nah, we have a run to continue and a good peer piece to find, right? No, maybe. Wait, I think I said we didn't want to continue this run, right? Let's check the deck. Let's check the source material. Was this run any good? Instinct damage over 25% attack damage. I mean. You can't just compare it like that. That's not how it works. Because instinct damage is 16%, and if you try to compare 25, I mean, I can't tell you the exact math. Just do the same test I did. Go in, have this thing apply. Okay, if it was an upgrade card, have it apply 6 fracture stacks and just see what does more damage. But yeah. No problem, you're a great dude. I appreciate it. Thank you. Gigachest streamer though for that instinct versus attack testing. Well, good enough, right? I mean, we found out it works, just it somehow doesn't work super well. And I don't know, it's weird, huh? Like, what even is the conclusion of the test? It does work, just not as strongly as you would want it to, but like on what condition? Like what is the rest of the math? How does it even happen? People were saying it had no effect. Exactly, it does have an effect. So that's something. Could you show my deck for Aura? Well, sure, feel free to. You'd have to join the Discord, pick any of the channels, usually pick something like WG chat, general chat, like join the Discord, pick the CCN role, ping me with it. Like whenever y'all want to show me something, right? Just be like, I pinged you on Discord, look at the deck, and then I can be like, well, I don't want to. Otherwise, here it's always me having to say, well, ping me in it, right? Like, just post it, and if I don't want to see it, I'll tell you. Like, just post it first. It's always easier to ask for permission than it is for no, it's always easier to ask for forgiveness than it is for permission. The deed's already done, and I'll see if I do something with it. No, hey. No need to say sorry. It's not like it makes a difference. It's just a general thing I wanted to state. No need to say sorry. Like, sorry for what? Sorry for asking a question. If you can ask a question, like, well, that's sometimes, for some people it's normal, for others it's like, well, it's an extra step. How would you know, right? How would you know that? So, I'd say we do one more run. I say we do one more run to, like, the husk. See what we get. And then call it a day. Sire X3, appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. So, husk is up here. There's only one path. So, that should be easy. Sorry, not sorry. Well, there you go. Sorry for party rocking. There you go. Now, this is a bit of a random question, but how do y'all feel about a character's deck not using their purple card? Like, just as like a general one. How do you feel about when a character doesn't actually use their, you could say, almost identity card? A card that even has like a special animation. Husk na to the Hazatorium. Well, maybe we have to visit the Hazatorium to get the Arabella deck we need. It makes you sad. Indeed, indeed. That'd also be like one of my first answers. That just like, it's a little sad. Tenebria? Yeah, not just Tenebria. But like, usually if you're not a support, your purple card is in deep trouble. And like the biggest drawback, like I know it would be the most monumental ask ever, and it's just me being greedy for cards, but I would wish that we could get epiphanies for all purple cards. But the thing is also, a lot of the purple cards are balanced in mind with the concept of being unepiphanyable, being uncopyable, being, well, whatever it ends up being, right? So, but it would also mean you'd now have 20, you'd now have, yeah, pretty much 35 different cards to consider, no, 30, and that'd be every card's epiphany as well as also its base version plus neutrals. Like, while I probably wish for there to be more epiphanies, it probably wouldn't be good. Because there'd be some absolute screamers in the cards that would most likely just, well, make me sad when they take him away again. Because they were too much, you know? Diana's card. Yeah, like, it's like, some cards would become a lot better and some cards would just become too strong. Like, imagine you could get a 9 card with AP, cost reduction, divine, and then all of a sudden it says activate the next 2 hues in a row. So you then just pick an extreme deck, put into that extreme deck 3 times the purple card, and for 0 AP you'd be able to play the entire extreme rotation. Right? There would be some absolute menaces out there, depending on like how they would get implemented. I agree we should buff Yuki. Exactly. Don't you do that with Mika and Naja all the time? Cutting the purples? No. Like Naja's purple has a place, because Naja, without Naja's purple, you don't get the damage increase from the partner. So while yes, you can cut it, it is a retain card. So at the end of the day, just keeping it in your hand usually doesn't impact gameplay. So you can keep the purple, and even if you don't end up playing it, you can just keep it in your hand, retain it. You never have to draw it, never have to play it. But it actually has a benefit, right? Would there already be a consensus on the best Arabella team? Depends on if you're talking AoE or single target, and if you're talking, well, the same comp that always worked. Hey, Gaz and Blaze, thank you so much for the Prime, man, means a lot. Enjoy the emotes. We have a couple. I'm obviously going to have to look around a bit for the next few weeks to try and increase the roster, but we have some pretty funky ones. An AoE team. Well, the AoE team is... I mean, the AoE team for Arabella is obviously going to be the AoE activation card. And then if you were to do like the only AoE content at the moment, really, that'd be Great Rift. So you'd most likely want to run something like an Adelheid Hild. But if you're just talking like raw multi-AoE increase, it would maybe be Orlea. Maybe not Olea. I guess depending, it depends on the number split, right? Like, how much does the damage increase when you just multiply Fracture versus how much does the damage increase when you just increase the base and you really touch Fracture? Like, it could be between Orlea for the multiplicatives, and it could be between just like a Cassius or a Haru providing just a fucking ton of additives. It's great. If you chose Naja, you should not cut Naja Mirtam as you need the healing. That's also the truth. It's a big healing amount. Okay. So. Oh, is that cooked? How did I end up in this situation? Oh, we're so... Oh, that's so annoying. We're so fucked. We made it to the event. But unless we late in Epiphany here, we have nothing interesting to Epiphany. And it only late in... Oh, that's so sad. Was there an event where I could have picked like an Epiphany? Oh, that's annoying. We made it to the event, but there's nothing to gamble on. That's so sad. Well, wait. Cthulhu Battle could give us another latent. Doesn't. Unfortunate. I don't even know if Cthulhu could give us another latent, actually. He might? Sometimes? If he feels like it? I don't know. But we gotta beat Cthulhu first. Fighting Cthulhu on manual feels kinda weird. Usually he just dies. Do I have E2 Erde? I don't. I'll get her at some point. Like, I mean, I could use an Omega code to E2 my current sleeping E0 beauty. Gunner Blade Parade? Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if I want to get Gun, because hoping to get a cost reduction divine is like... Oh. Okay. This is gonna be a long one. I mean, Fracture's still ticking. Isn't it crazy? For the first time ever, are we truly playing damage over time? By not multi-triggering, by not, like, super executing it. No, we're just letting the damage over time do damage over time. Truly a monumental discovery. And it is working. He is slowly dying. Oh yeah, and we also never go down below 4 stacks, huh? So it's actually a permanent dot. Arabella, one of the only characters to actually do damage while she's in a breakdown state. I really like her out of breakdown animation as well. Well, time to step on his ass.
観察の価値もないさようなら団長ブラックスピカの力をお見せください
Aw. Sadness. Let me click. Hello? It doesn't want to let me click. It's glitched out. Well, it's alright. I don't need to fight him. I can just pick whatever. You remember me saying if 35 puts are not together, turns out it took 126? I mean, that's almost the same, right? If you think about it. Like what's the difference between 35 and 126 if not 91? But what's the difference between 91 and 9? It's like, in both cases you have a 9. One is like worth nothing. So technically you were only off by like 9 summons. So I consider it to be a pretty good yield. Whip their asses. There we go. Like, could you imagine cutting this card? Nah. Nah, no way. They should have made it a 10 hitter. The purple card. You know? For no reason should this have been just like an AoE 10 hitter that gets double base damage against fracture targets. That surely would have been perfectly balanced. At least he got shop currency too. Yeah, well, what we really need to know is what did he lose his pity to? Seeing as how he went 136, that means he must have lost his pity to something. So would you be as kind as to share it with us, unless you've already told us and we just collectively forgot? I'm just dragging all of you with me. Lord and Cass's buddies would have gone wild for the Morale Stacker multi-hit. I mean, they're already going wild for the Morale Stacker multi-hit, right? But you know what I love? We found out something important about fracture amplification. The increased damage amount of fracture inflicted by 20% is regardless of the amount of enemies on the field. So it wasn't clear from the text, from the Holy Scripture. You know, it almost sounds like an insult calling it the Holy Scripture, but because it's pretty inaccurate. But hey, we at least now know that regardless of how many enemies are on the field, you get the 20% multi to fracture damage. So that's pretty cool. Personally lost my 50-50 to Artlight E0, wasn't even mad. I wouldn't be mad either. I mean, thinking about like, well, would you have rather summoned on the Artlight banner or lost your 50-50 guaranteeing you an Arabella? Well, well, well. That's a sweet pickup. You lost to a Renoa? Well, what dupe of her? What Renoa dupe did you lose to? Unless it's a new Renoa, because that would be kinda fucking sick. Third E2 Renoa is sick. Or are you talking like included? So you went past E2 onto, I mean, well, okay, E2 would obviously be incredibly awesome, but I'm just guessing based on your no mega excitement level that it wasn't, and we are talking about the dupe upgrade. Well, one closer to E4. Pushing for E6 Renault, is she a goat? No, she a human, she a female. I think. Is instinct damage bugs on her maybe 3 gems? I mean a fix? Apparently not. Instinct damage actually works on her. Just everybody would like to pretend that it doesn't. Which is kind of confusing. So I don't know who ran the calculations or who started spreading the rumors, but it's not the truth. No, I swear she a goat. You lost to Rin and you're now at E5. Well, it's Rin though. Like, it low-key is Rin though. Can you be mad? You lost to a Charon. You know, you might have a point. Like, you actually might have a point. Good or pride win. I mean, to be fair, Judge said the same thing and he's supposed to be the holy math guy. So I guess they aren't innocent. Makes me wonder how he arrived at that conclusion. I heard instinct damage doesn't work on just the fracture. What does that mean? You mean that instinct damage just doesn't work on fracture, or does it doesn't work on an entire kit? Would have preferred your Hugo actually use them. If you wanted my Hugo, brother, the despair I got pulling a Hugo instead of an Arabella. You mean instinct damage works on nothing? Well, that can't be the truth. Because she's legit doing instinct damage with her cards, that they also benefit from weakness. There's many people, yeah, you know, isn't it kind of crazy? When you ask people if they did win or lost the 50-50, listen to this. 50% of them are gonna tell you they lost their 50-50. That's a lot of people. Like, if you ask 100 people if they lost their 50-50, it's probably gonna be 50 people telling you they did. You lost your 50-50 to a 5-star Owen. Well, that's an unreleased character, so I think you didn't lose, you actually won. Wait, it's only the fracture damage. Fracture damage doesn't boost the dot. Only attack main stat. Yeah, but that's not true. We proved it on this stream, so tough luck, right? And that's scary. I don't like being correct. Because now I'm wondering why everybody else is wrong. Because I mean, I heard the information too. I had so many people tell me that shit doesn't work. But it does, so now I'm wondering how. Now I'm wondering how. And why. Oh, and what? Nah, but honestly, on a serious note, I am like, what? I mean, we can be together 99% certain that we weren't wrong. Like, I think the testing we did should have been correct with like a 99% certainty. So it's not like it's that likely that we just fucked something up. Like, there is nothing that could have fucked it up. Because there were like 2 factors. And 2-factor authentication told us that everybody else is lying. Unfortunately. Good to know I don't have to replace the instinct memory now. Yeah, well, we also came to another interesting conclusion. And that is, with similar subs, attack percent is slightly ahead, but that's with similar subs. If you have better subs on instinct, you perform better on instinct. Because for me, I'm running instinct goblet and I'm doing more damage than on my other attack build. Jajan! Yep, Jajan. But yeah. Gaduban Arabella, she, Gaduban Arabella, and she E1, should I get her E2? Well, I mean, if you already started on the E1, would be a shame to keep her on E1. But that doesn't mean that, like, I mean, okay. The more you play Sortie, the bigger the E1. Outside of that, it's still gonna be sweet. But it's not gonna be nearly as noticeable. Might work in a diminished capacity. G for Veronica, passion, extra damage are additive, meaning that if you already have 50% extra, 60% passion is not added multiply. Well, I mean, they said it doesn't work at all, and if somebody said it doesn't work at all and it works, then it can't be correct somehow. If the main subs were identical, like if everything was identical, attack is, I think, slightly better. That should be our conclusion. Oh, nice fracture hit, 7-6. But yeah, if everything was... But also the problem with, like... The problem with that is... I don't know if maybe, depending on your gear, one is, like, better than the other. Like, maybe if you don't have an attack percentage boost on your gear, it's all of a sudden a lot closer. Also, attack is more universal if you want to use it on future characters. Well, who cares? It's all about how do you make the best Arabella deck. Like, it's not like you actively go out of your way to find attack pieces. You either find them or you don't. It doesn't really make a difference if it's more universal or not. Your only goal should be to make the most out of your Arabella deck. And then when the next character comes around, well, you make the most out of their deck, right? For like time and resource expenditure, I think it's worth considering. I mean, you mean if you should rather craft percentage increases or just craft attack percentage by using the multi-dimensional cube? I mean, true, it is a lot safer to just craft attack percent. But I like the idea of having a stat that's exclusive to the character because it's the same element. Not necessarily because it ends up being better, but because I can. I mean, having as many multipliers as possible, several stats are only multiplicative with the base value but not with each other. The script will check you not even be lying. Yeah, I mean, the fucking damage formula goes deep, way too deep. But I guess the only thing we're really taking a problem with is saying that it doesn't work at all. Not that it like ends up being less. Right, like the big one here is the fact that the common opinion is that it does jack shit. Rather than slightly less. But, well.
飴じゃないけれどあげ踊って悪くないわね。存分にあがきなす悲鳴をあげなさい。仲良く始末してあげる。
Bam! And then look at them, all of them getting fractured to hell and back. Look at this guy. Poof. They all got fractured to hell and back. And then they got fractured back to hell after coming back. Where's my gold card? No, but like seriously. Look at this Arabella deck. Where my gold card at? Hello? The problem is usually you don't encounter epiphany. Like usually in the first phase of a chaos you get epiphanies, and in the second phase of the chaos you epiphany the cards you have. So well, here's to hoping that we still somehow get it in the next two fights. The best deck would be the deck that could clear endgame content. Well, for such a deck to exist, we need more endgame content. Like, I think that's the biggest one that like became a bit more apparent. We really need another game mode to play. Right? Or at least give us more rewards on the tower, or swap it up a little. It doesn't have to be anything big, doesn't have to be anything crazy. You think multi-hit Aura would work with Shizuru as a boss killer? You would certainly generate more stacks for Shizuru by multi-hitting the target. You know what I'm curious about? Does a Fracture Explosion count towards Shizuru stacks? It probably doesn't, right? Because it's not an attack card per se attacking the target. Seeing how my free-to-play status is near shambles, you think I should... wait, what do you mean near shambles? Didn't you say... Oh, did you actually have 136 summons stocked up? That's hard to believe. Because if it's in shambles, might as well say it's in shambles, not near shambles. What would be the best way to farm memory fragments? It depends. Is it for one character? Or is it for your account? What are you asking for? Like, best way to farm memory fragments account-wide or for a character? Like, do you just want to get overall the best memory? Mainly Arabella. Then your best bet for Arabella is honestly farm the Arabella gear dungeon. Farm the newest gear dungeon. And probably craft yourself the crit rate pieces. Which means you'd go into the gear dungeon and then you'd craft whatever's left open. So probably something like a crit rate percentage necklace on crit damage set, and maybe like a goblet, because those are the least likely for you to walk away with from the... yeah, like probably farm the Arabella set, the Fracture set, and then craft right side crit rate pieces. Found everything in 2 days? Yeah, I mean... I farmed everything over the duration of, well, since Hild came out. I've been working on making an Arabella build. You asked if free to play. Well, that is tough. I'm sorry for your summons. To a degree. But also, I mean, everybody has to lose a 50-50 at some point. I'm just hoping that your summons will obviously... keep repaying. I mean, it's impossible to say if you actually deserved to get unlucky, because you could also be one of those that just got insanely lucky until now, and now got a first taste of reality. But it's impossible to say, right? Obviously, nobody really deserves failing a 50-50, but for some people, it's a lot more likely than for others, if you know what I mean. And dislike that the Great Drift has a turn limit. I'd rather each boss get more damage every turn until we get defeated. That would change the entire build style of Great Drift, right? Because all of a sudden you'd no longer try to maximize damage while surviving. You try to have to see, well, I mean, but then also, how do you strike a balance between somebody just doing big damage and dying quicker versus somebody that just goes a lot longer? Would everything just devolve into a fucking tank off, where the first guy to stack 20 stacks of Fortitude and 20 stacks of Resolve just ends up winning by sheer turn count? Tower slaves think that doing 1 million on one turn is somewhat of a benchmark for getting a sticker. Yeah, I mean, you can get a sticker in so many different ways, right? Like, honestly, 20,000 damage is probably more than enough. Like, 20,000 damage in a turn with some decent healing, some decent shielding is enough to clear tower 150. Yeah, don't fucking need to do 250,000 damage. But it is a lot of fun to do 250,000 damage. Come on, give me a divine. Nah, sad. Is Arabella considered underrated? Depends on who you ask. And depends on what your goal is. That'd be your problem. May I play a... Oh. Do we take this? It's the second best outcome. Otherwise, we'd be betting on Egu. Might as well. Ah, sure. I think she's awesome. Indeed, she's sweet. Ichibella and Salty is really good, and in my opinion, Salty is the only game mode that matters. You know what the only game mode is that matters? The one that lets you have fun playing. That is the only game mode that matters. You know, for someone, the most fun game mode ever could be the fucking Judas boss fight, and he would be correct. He would be speaking the truth. Did you see that? 12,990 damage on a fracture hit in a chaos run? Like, come on, man. Doing 12,000 damage in anything in a chaos run is actually really good. Good morning, guys. Time to sleep. Bye 2. Well, bye to you too then. Is there a website I can copy deck bits? I'm too lazy to think. There's not one yet fully utilizing CZN's deck building system, I believe. These games love capitalizing on FOMO and thinking you have to arrive somewhere but never actually arrive there, so just take your time and enjoy or don't. It doesn't matter. Do whatever you want. Like, honestly. You can chase the ever-chasing horizon. You can, I don't know, you can even deinstall the game. It is all within your purgatory. Like, do whatever the fuck you must. But most importantly, don't ruin other people's time. That is the most important. Like, just, especially if like somebody shows you a deck and they are not asking to get the perfect deck, then, well, you don't have to tell them that the deck is supposedly mega garbage because it only does 50,000 instead of 200,000 damage a turn, and they should like get 70 divines and 30 re-epiphany cores, and then they need to have the perfect mutation. Yeah. Oh, I am missing a claim. We need to pay attention. We can't be missing a claim. Not like this. Divine? Yes! Cost reduction! Draw a card of this unit. Do I need even more draw? Well, you never know. The only game mode that actually matters is stocks with Arabebe. Ooh. Valid take. Valid take. Maybe that is the only game mode that matters. I don't know, bro. I just think it's fun to create and think about good decks. Well, exactly. Like, sometimes it's not even about the end result. It's about the journey. Though it certainly is a hell lot more rewarding if the end result ends up being something insane. Alright, so this boss should now magically obtain the power. No, wait, we removed all their fracture stacks, so we aren't gonna get any shadow fracture stacks. Yeah, so we just did a casual 3000 damage. Goodbye, boss. Are you playing manually or auto chaos? Are you using the are you using the select divine event that is available on the seasonal planet? It's kind of crazy. We weren't able to build the deck we set out to build today, which was a, I guess, simple idea. Get a cost reduction. How do you get the Divine Spark feature in the safe zones? Chaos system. So, zero system, upgrade tree, second category, final perk. I'll show you. Give me a click here. Currently need to let this finish. But it's called the meditation feature, which allows you to, when you get a card, change the card again. So like try it over. It can either turn a divine into a divine, a non-divine into a divine, or a divine into a non-divine. It's, well, RNG. So, zero system, shwup, 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 shwip, shwibity, shwup. And then you go to backup protocol, no, sorry, upgrading. They really like their skill trees. But you go to upgrading, and you want this down here, cognitive reconstruction. But what's even better is this down here. This allows you to actually select and copy the deck and card you want. Like this one's the most important, but this one's better. And then you just have to go to a shop or a resting area. Then you pay some coins, and then you can re-meditate on a card. Hi peoples. 'Tis it though. We made a hefty profit today. Made a hefty profit on the Stellar market. A whopping 5%. Yeah. Alright. Thank you so much for joining in. It's been a casual 4 hours. I had fun. I hope y'all had fun too. And well, I guess I didn't make a CZN video today in the end then, huh? Tough luck. But I guess I have some ideas for what I want to do tomorrow. Bye bye.